Optic Shrooms, Ken Jacobs.
Bring it one time in the motherfucking house. Bring it one time in the motherfucking house. Bring it one time in the motherfucking house. Bring it one time, oh yeah, oh yeah. Bring it one time in the motherfucking house. Bring it one time in the motherfucking house. Bring it one time in the motherfucking house. Bring it one time, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Great Asher, Candy Cane.
The flavor, I'm not your savior. Coming out the underground, so do me a favor. Get out the underground, motherfucker. Do me a favor.
Transformation. Ah yeah, ah yeah. John B.
So now you're feeling all my flow and my flavor, my fucking behavior, busting out my rhymes.
Party
Just
Monday night.
To get out the underground, motherfucker.
Link Spartle.
Do me a favor. Bring it one time in the motherfucking house. Bring it one time in the motherfucking house. Bring it one time in the
Spec 187 on Ranch.
Bring it one time, oh
Yeah, oh yeah.
Bring it one time in the motherfucking house. Bring it one time in the motherfucking house. Bring it one time in the motherfucking house. Bring it one time, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Hey, fuck. Almost. Sorry, fail. Intro failure. What's up, guys? Thirsty Monday today. Death Committee Vintage, what up? Ken Jacobs, John B, Spec 187 on Wrench, Link Spartle, Candy Cane, Grace Asher, Optic Shrooms. I hope everyone's had a wonderful weekend. I had to recover. Okay, but I'm doing okay today. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay. I don't even have my fucking speakers on back here, but Jeff Rogan, Kip. What? Did I have a bad day? No. Okay. Let me pour a drink first here. Okay. I never drink, right, guys? I never drink, so fuck it. I just got the urge. I got my favorite drink. Disaronno Originale. Disaronno. All right. Digital Zep, what up? So I already got myself. So this is my favorite. This is my favorite alcoholic beverage. I guess I'll show you guys how I make it. I got one of these cups, tumbler or something. Don't mind my dirty ass desk. Is it a tumbler? I don't even fucking know. Tumbler? Got like ice cubes in there. Okay. We could have some chats. We're just gonna chill tonight, guys. Who knows? I don't know. Sometimes I get crazy when I drink. Sometimes I'm just boring as fuck. Those cigarette butts on my fucking floor. Damn straight. Yeah, an ashtray over there. Sorry. All right. Yep, I am drinking. So I pour the Disaronno. Oh fuck. The Disaronno Originale. I pour it in almost to the top. It's just 28%. Almost. Okay, wait, that's good. Disaronno Originale. Okay. And all we need on top of this delicious drink. This has been in the freezer, by the way. Just a splash of cola. Just a splash. All you need is a splash, guys, to make this the most delicious cherry Coke fucking Dr. Pepper fucking Oh, just that's a little more than a splash, but Yes, I should just drink it on the rocks, and occasionally I do. However, and that was a little more than a splash, I will admit. And I just took a bath. I just took a shower and a bath. So I'll stir my drink with my finger. How's that? A candy cane for bartender rules. What a black apple. Nice seeing you the other day. tastes delicious. All right, cheers, guys. Cheers. 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 Rather strong. Okay. Killer Polo. Well, cheers. Thank you. So, Candy Cane asked, when IRL, Black Apple? I'm going to ask you every time. So, okay. I was exhausted, okay? The last 2 weeks, I streamed 100 hours, okay? That was a productive fucking 2 weeks for me. We got 2 songs done, including Danny Prism's fucking podcast that I was on for like 12 hours and made the Dread diss track. That was 100 hours of streaming from like November 13th to the fucking November 10th to like the 25th or something. Trying to figure it out. Nice. So there were a lot of props. There were a lot of props consumed. Not a lot, but like enough. You couldn't tell. And I'm putting the icing on the cake there with that 24-hour Frostcast. I was depleted. I've been like recovering the last few days, like just like the come down. It's just the come down, and like you got to get your fucking chemicals right back. Like I definitely I pushed myself a little too hard the last couple weeks, I would say. Well, I'm glad you guys are entertained. I had a great time. I went a little overboard on the moderation, a little overboard. So like that, what I realize, and that's what you may not realize, is that while I'm like, shit, on screen, the next day, I'm like, I hate myself. Not I hate myself, but I just don't feel like doing jack shit. I got a lot of bright ideas. Now, like, I'm like, by the way, big thanks, and God bless Bobby Dylan, Just Jen. Thank you so much for coming on the podcast. I mean, God bless all of the guests, but that was a while since I had contact with Just Jen, so it was nice to get her on there and have a nice update of her situation, and I do wish her the best in that. Yeah, we got snow since the last Frostcast. We got fucking snow. It's been fucking cold outside. I'm wearing a sweater. What fucking... what up, Kirstall? Welcome. Healthy. Yeah, it's not that I'm not healthy. It's just that I fucking like I'm below like LBZ is a great guest. I'm below like the norm, you know what I mean? Like so today I was feeling okay, and I'm like, okay, let's just have some drinks. So we got the fucking Disaronno Originale. I'm just gonna drink this bottle, probably. Fuck it, I don't give a shit. So it tastes so sweet and delicious. And so I feel so sophisticated. Yeah, so we got snow. I went for a walk today to get the liquor and shit. It wasn't too cold out, but right now it's like -5. I think we got like as low as like -11 or -12 Celsius. Snow for days. So yeah, the last Frostcast did fairly well. Like there was like 6,000 views, I think, for the duration of I think it was like 25-hour stream or something like that, in 4 parts. Thank you to everybody who tuned in. That was definitely very, very fun. Very fun. Got to see a few new faces. Ontario winters are harsh. Yeah, I'm used to them. You know, like Some years are worse than others. Like sometimes we don't get snow till January and shit. Google Plex. No, we have heat. We have heat indoors. It keeps us warm. It doesn't need us. Like I don't really need to be wearing my fucking hoodie right now. Like I'm pretty. It's a nice temperature, room temperature. I did wear my gloves though when I went outside, and I also wore my toque. TOQUE. For those who don't know what a toque is. Michigan on the water. Oh yeah. Long johns. I don't even own a pair of long johns. What I do is I just wear jogging pants. I just wear joggers underneath my. What up, Trickster? Welcome. We're just chilling tonight. I've had a few days off streaming. I've been recovering. I didn't realize how hard I pushed myself for the last 2 weeks, but I streamed a lot, and that was like no sleep stream either. That was like fucking 100 hours plus 100 hours in the last 2 weeks plus 6 hours of like audio mixing and shit when I did my love song. My weekend was very chill. I was like, okay, like so like for those who don't do drugs, okay, like or stimulants. For those who don't do stimulants, when you do stimulants, you feel really high and like energetic and all that shit. It's because it's like using like the fucking chemicals in your brain to make you feel better. You know, it's like juicing all your fucking dopamine and I don't know, whatever, all that neurotoxin stuff, or not toxin, but whatever, all that receptors, and it makes you feel really high, right? But the next day, you feel really low. So like there was like a couple days before the Frostcast that I was indulging, if you can't tell, and so like the day after that, if I got more, then I do more to get me back up. But if I don't got more and I don't feel like doing more, which is what happened after the Frostcast, I went and did groceries and then I was fucking did nothing. But I was like depleted, like chemically depleted for the last like 3 days. Today has been better. Yeah, I know. Never done a drug in your life. The alcohol is gonna warm me up. Yeah. So I was like chemically depleted for the last 3 days, and like I'm used to it, but it's just a warning to like people who do stimulants you gotta always anticipate the motherfucking come down, and I'm used to it. But this one took a little bit longer, which means that I was like, it should only take like a day or two to like get back to normal, but it took me 3 days. I watched Gamvel's Trollathon last night. That was pretty entertaining. Lisa Lynn, what up? Drugs are bad. Yes. Okay. So don't think it's all easy peasy, guys, being MC Frosty, all right? Like, I have a great time, you know what I mean? Like, and all my eyeballs popping out and whatever. And fucking, the next day, though, is sometimes fucking shit. But I did watch, I caught up on Dexter, and I watched all 3 Blade movies today. I also watched another vampire movie, a new one from Netflix. It was all right. I watched a whole fucking shitload of movies. I watched Last Night in Soho. That was pretty good. I'll give that a good thumbs up. Pretty cool scenes in it. I liked it. Synapses get worn the fuck out in stimulants. Yeah, exactly. And I thought there was also like a depletion of like kind of like with ecstasy, I guess, or Molly or whatever. Dom Leeds, what up? So yeah, hey guys, cheers. We're just drinking Disaronno Originale, my favorite alcoholic beverage, with a splash of Coke. I roll a joint up here. What, Get Back? No. 30 milligrams of Addy. So I've only done Adderalls a couple times. Yeah, they're good. They're clean as fuck. But yeah, any stimulant Because the thing with Adderall prescriptions, right, is like you regulate, right? Like after a while, like if you do the same amount of meth every day, you're not going to get as high by the end of it. You know what I mean? So it's going to regulate you. It's kind of like the same way as like Adderalls would or whatever. But yeah, 30 milligrams of Adderall would likely be comparable to like probably like 20 milligrams of meth, I would say, which is enough to fucking get you going. Yeah, I've not, my diet has not, my diet has not contained vegetables or fruit much lately. Orange dribbles and rainbows. Yeah, I don't know. Adderalls are cool. I just never knew how to get them, really. It was just like friends bringing them over and doing them. Get Back. No, I haven't watched Get Back. I watched the South Park post-COVID special or movie or whatever that was, because I've also seen the pandemic special and the vaccination special or whatever. So I think the post-COVID one is pretty funny. Yeah, it was good. I liked the jokes they make. You know what I mean? They're definitely still tongue in cheek and. Up your nose they go. The Adderalls, yeah, I don't know. I think the Adderalls I've done were like time release or something, so they didn't really. I think they're like capsules with like these little fucking balls in them or something. I don't know. Ow. My organs will thank you. Yes. It's not that I haven't been eating. It's just I haven't been eating much vegetables or fruit, but you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, the little pellets. But yeah, so like fuck, like I was lit. I was lit on Danny Prism's fucking podcast. I was lit, and that's when I made that fucking song. Brax. I don't even know how to say it. Braxtotex. You can crush little balls, yeah. But yeah, so like for me, that was a productive 2 weeks though. You know what I mean? It's just like fuck. But like I'm planning to go 24/7. See, all my shit gets delayed. I'm not in any rush. Like when I say delayed, like I'm not in any rush to really do anything, but it's like fuck. Like I would have streamed probably this weekend or something if I wasn't feeling like ass. Brax.exe. Okay. Brax.exe. Gotcha. There we go. But yeah, so, and like I've been doing a lot of analytics, like just looking over my analytics and stuff. So yeah, so like easily the Frostcast. So like what I'm trying to do here in the first few Frostcasts, like I can't, like, hey, when I'm doing these Frostcasts, I'm in a specific mindset, if you can't tell. And I'm trying to keep it consistent, but it's not a mindset I can get in every single day. And for health reasons, I wouldn't want to. Methy. But what I'm kind of doing right now is like grooming, you know what I mean? I'm just seeing how it works. I'm seeing how chat goes. I'm seeing what you know what I mean? I'm taking a little more action as a moderator now with the Frostcast and like, you know what I mean? Like like people who come on, like it's nothing personal. It kind of is personal, but don't be fucking racist on the fucking Frostcast. Like I'm going to boot you right off. Like I'd like to have like guests in the future who can like look at the other Frostcast and be like, oh, okay, it's not a racist podcast, you know? So anyway, like I had to boot somebody off and shit. Flat Ronnie got me with the dick thing, so I had to fucking delete. So I'm learning things too. You know what I mean? Like, if I have to cut a fucking Frostcast off because of a fucking dick pic, I think I can only like edit it if it's like 4 hours or less or something. Like I can only edit the dick out. Otherwise, I have to fucking hide it. Trash cast, Flat Ronnie. Well played. Well played. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Gamble was always a great guest, and having Jen on there was awesome, especially with the fresh news in her life. It was good to hear from her, and I'm sure that pissed off Ski Mask. Whatever. So. I was gonna do okay. Well, I may still do this, but I stated I was going to do a Aaron Carter diss track, and so like that's still on the table. I'm just not feeling like super motivated. Sometimes it's difficult for me to do a diss track when I'm not like I don't know. I'm like I don't like what Aaron Carter's done and stuff, and I think he's a fucking. I don't know. He's weird for sure. I don't know. It's gonna be. There's so many people already against him. It's like for me to like jump on there, I gotta like put out a masterpiece. I gotta put out a masterpiece if I can make a fucking difference on there. But we'll see what's up with that. I don't know. I don't know. It's like that, and that's not like again. It's not like urgent. Like that guy is like an easy target any fucking time, but. I'm not confident I can out music. I'm not confident I can out music him. He's got a little team over there, I believe. We'll see. He's currently huffing oxygen. Yeah. So like the Gamble's Trollathon yesterday, which had me laughing quite a bit. Focused a lot on Aaron Carter stuff, obviously, and they showed him huffing off oxygen. They showed him like spray painting his own merchandise to like I don't know if he was competing with Gamble or what, but anyway, it was pretty fucking funny. It's like he was spray painting his own. It was like he was spray painting his own merchandise so that he could get high off the fumes. That's what it fucking looked like. Like he was literally like it was like literally such trash that he was spray painting. And I can't think of a logical reason why he would do that unless he's like trying to like low key get like fume high or something. I don't know. I don't know. He's like keeping his garage door closed for it too, and then opening it after. Like it was just. He looked high off. I don't know. I don't know what like huffing high looks like. The only fucking thing I've inhaled like that is fucking amyl nitrates poppers or whatever. Some gay dude I was partying with one time had a bunch. When in Rome. We were also smoking crack and all kinds of shit, so whatever. Stu was a fucking high school teacher too. Welcome to Cornwall. I wasn't in high school. I was an adult, but he was still a high school teacher, I think. You would skip that track? Yeah, well, okay, well, if I do it, I'm going to come off as like a supreme leech, which is exactly what I'm doing. And it's really like, I don't know, it's not always easy for me to like get inspired to do a diss track. We'll see. Nah. All right, I'm gonna roll a joint here. Our first drink almost down the hatch. Disaronno, Originale. He's in love with aerosol cans. Yeah. I'd have to do something so ridiculous. So ridiculous. Yeah, I don't recall getting too high off of the fucking poppers, but I've definitely done them. Allegedly. What up, Codio? Welcome. We are drinking tonight. I cracked a bottle of Disaronno Originale. And I'm just going to drink with y'all tonight. Fuck Valley Boy 73. Poppers are amyl nitrates. I believe you can buy them in like shoe shops and shit. I don't know, maybe it's like this liquid. It's like an inhalant. It's popular amongst homosexual men. I know that. Nice. Well, cheers, Cody. You done Duster before? It's an addiction to asphyxiation? Shit. Yeah. Cheers. It relaxes the bum for sex shit. Now, like, dude never hit on me. We used to get high all the time. He's a cool dude. Yeah, I haven't done too much inhaling and stuff. No, never really. I never did whippets. Never did glue or gas or any of that. What does Disaronno taste like? Well, there's actually I think there's a combination of a whole bunch of flavors in here, but it tastes like a cherry. Cherries. Excellent on the rocks. Simply irresistible. With fruit juices, rum, vodka, or whiskey, creating a unique drinking experience. It's the Originale. Since 1525. Almond? Maybe there's a hint of almond in it. I got some nuts. I bought some nuts. Yee. So what should we do tonight? What should we do? How should we start the night off, guys? How should we start the night off? It's an after dinner drink. It's my favorite drink, and I did eat. I made some meatballs yesterday, and so I've just been. I had some leftovers, so I've been making pasta and meatballs with Alfredo sauce. Oh yeah, Southern Comfort. It's not like Southern Comfort, no. Yes, it tastes like Dr. Pepper when I put the cola in there. It tastes a lot like, or a cherry Coke maybe, perhaps. Roll some fat doobies. I'll roll a doobie. Usually drinking and weed doesn't go too well for me. Just like amaretto. It is amaretto. Isn't it? Disaronno Originale. It is amaretto. Same shit, isn't it? Amaretto is that a different kind or something? Yeah, amaretto. Same shit. Should we do VLXT? What up? Hola. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Yeah, I don't drink too often either, so I don't know. We'll see. Like, I'm already feeling this fucking one drink probably. Just smoked weed today. Infestation, welcome, welcome. I don't know. What's something we can do here? Well, you guys want to get to know me? You guys want to get to know me a little better? So I like to roll this out. I like to roll out my resume every once in a while, just for the new viewers, because I know we're going up on subscribers, and like, you know, everybody gets the impression of well, maybe I am a little bit of a meth head or something, you know, but I like to show my resume. I like to sometimes show you guys where all the frostiness comes from, what you guys are actually dealing with here. Would you guys like to see my resume? This would be my resume from the last. I'll show you guys my credit report too if you want. So this would be from. So last time I updated my resume. So last time I had a job, I got fired from my last job in October of 2016. So I've been self-employed essentially since then. And I did apply for one job after that, because I got wrongfully terminated. So I got unemployment for like 10 months. And, so after that 10 months was up, I did consider getting employment again for a brief moment. A stupid brief moment. So I applied for a job at a call center. But then when they called me back, I was basically like, fuck off, pretty much. I was like, man, I think I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. I'll just try to make it on my own. Thanks, so guys. But I'll show you guys. I'm so employable. I'm super employable. All right, let me just bring it up here. I might have to download this. Hey. Excuse me. Hold on. I don't think. There we go. Disclose. What up, Sean Mendez? Okay, let me just see if I... Women drink amaretto. Yeah, I know they do. I think dudes do too sometimes. Maybe. All right, guys. I'm gonna let you guys in on some, the real Frosty. This isn't even. Fuck. I didn't fuck it. It didn't even work. Just. Okay, hold on. I don't know why I can't. Why this isn't working. Okay. Crop that. Okay. Almost there. Sorry, guys. I don't know. My nose is fucking running so much. What the fuck? Thank you. Oh, the Swedes. Happy Monday. Cheers. I'm drinking Disaronno Originale. I've done the first cup. Yeah. Okay. So here's get to know you guys. You guys are gonna get to know me here a little bit. You see what kind of loser you fucking dealing with here. What kind of meth head you're fucking. What kind of bum you're fucking watching every day. That's me. I don't know if it's gonna explain things or if it's gonna. For those who don't know, like many of you have seen this before. Not that you probably remember, but maybe you do. Okay. So it might answer. Not telling what up. It might answer questions for you, or it might create more questions for you. I don't know. So I guess I can just. Should I go to my? Here, let's start at the beginning. Let's start at the beginning. Okay, let's see if this works here. Is this when I applied at the sperm bank? No, I've never applied there. All right, let's see what's up. Okay, so shit, you guys can't even read that shit. Okay. Oh, it's just too fucking. Oh, you guys can see that. Okay. So this is the end of my resume. Fuck it. We'll just start at the top. Okay. Don't worry, it's not my real address or phone number or anything. That's my real email address. But anyway, so if I was applying at your job, I would probably say something like, I'm seeking employment within your organization, which will allow me to utilize my skills in a productive manner and to assist in exceeding the goals and objectives of the business. We don't need to know all that shit. Show band vids, maybe. Okay, so my last job that I had was for an electronics manufacturing company, surface mount technology to be specific, called Sigma Point Technologies. So I actually got hired there. November of 2014. So when I first got hired there, I was a tester. I was called a go, no-go tester. So what I would do is I would take the finished product of the manufacturing line I was on. I was trained to run it through these, plug it in and all this stuff and test it via the software that they had. And basically I had to get them into this machine, test them, and get them out and mark them either go or no go. If they pass the tests, they go to shipping. If they don't pass the tests, then I send it to repair to the engineers or repair guys or whatever. So I got trained on other testing things such as in-circuit board testing, ICT. It's a whole different separate machine. So kind of just all these machines, you just basically put the board in the fucking thing and connect a few things and run it, basically. So that's so that was the entry-level position that I got at this company. So I had that for like 5 or 6 months, November to April. They had an opening for a supervisor position, or they called it a coordinator. So value stream coordinator is what I applied for 6 months into this position. Or 6 months in my employment at this company, 5 months into this employment at this company. Actually, I think I applied 4 months in, and it took about a month for me to get the job. So this was a much more complicated job. I had experience, mid-level management or supervisorial experience at my previous jobs, which we can get into, but. So this was actually quite cool. I loved this job personally. I loved it and I was good at it. But this is what I never worked retail. I never worked fast food either. I've done sales though and telemarketing. So this is what I did. I'll read it. Supervised a manufacturing team which produced electronic components comprised of a group leader and multiple equipment operators, testers, inspectors, and packers. Handled attendance and was responsible for maintaining a safe and clean work environment. Held a daily team meeting to keep the team informed and motivated, and also to address any concerns, questions, or inquiries. I was responsible for hitting production quality targets and the coordination of activities related to overcoming of obstacles which negatively affected production. So if we didn't hit the fucking targets, then it was my job to discover what the obstacles were and fucking fix them, basically. And I had to tell everybody what to do. The Fabulous Lily, what up? We're going through a little get to know me session here. So, MC Frosty's a big fucking meth head, right? A big fucking, whatever you guys think of me. So I'm just showing you guys what's behind the veil here, and I'm enjoying some Disaronno Originale. I think we need another. I think we're gonna need another drink here. Yes, it's Monday. I never drink, so we're probably a little drunk here. You're exhausted and drained. That's exactly how I was feeling. Here, hold on. I'm gonna go full screen here. That's exactly how I've been feeling the last like 3 days. I streamed 100 hours from the last 2 weeks, but before today and the 2 weeks before. Why we restreaming? What? Who's restreaming? What? Bobby Frop, what up? So yeah, so I fucking 36 Chambers of Death, what up? So I was like just repleting, or I don't know. I was depleted, and I had the last few days as well. So I get where you're feeling. So yeah, so while we have the screen up here, I gotta get more ice cubes for my drink. I'm gonna get some more ice cubes. We'll be right back. I'll have some more Disaronno. Gotta blow my nose. Alrighty. We are back at a tampon. All right, so we're gonna pour another drink here, guys. Disaronno. Originale. Disaronno. Do they call me softly? Is real grown up with my hair? No, I wasn't Frosty. I wasn't Frosty back then at my jobs. Well, kinda. I should really be going through my resume in reverse. A little splash of cola. It's a little bit more than a splash again, but butt chug it. True. What up? Yeah, this is a beautiful desk. Don't worry about it. The camera angle is never on it. Don't worry about that. You should have seen it earlier before I decided to make it look nice. Oh, sorry. I did clean it. I took all the cigarette butts I rolled last week. Finally, I felt like it was worse earlier, is what I'm saying. Before my shower, it was worse. I took like 4 handfuls of cigarette butts off of it, at least. Cheers, guys. Cameron, like I didn't have to show you that. I didn't have to. I could have, Ghostkin. I could have not shown you that, and then you wouldn't even have said anything. Let's just pretend it's not even there. It's not even there. Like right now, it's not there. What? There's not even a desk here. What desk? I don't see a desk. I'll clean it. Don't worry. Okay, thank you for the recommendation. I appreciate that. It's important to stay. Phoebe, what's up? Welcome. Julia Drums, hey, what's up, guys? So I'm drinking tonight, guys. I'm not like a big drinker there, but it's my second drink. Cheers, guys. Cheers. So we're just having a regular get to know Frosty time because we've been having a lot of new subscribers, and I put out all kinds of like subliminal messages with my branding and my marketing. Like I'm very, very subliminally like about drugs, like so subliminal, and so some people might just think I'm a fucking a crackhead off the street or something like that, So it's resume time, guys. It's fucking Sailboy. What up? Let's talk about what I hated about my job. So okay, we can do that. We can do that. I honestly don't hate my jobs, or I don't work there. But there are some things, I guess, about the jobs. It's not like, I don't know. It's always the end. The hate for the job always comes out at the end of the job. It's never at the beginning or like. But okay, so I was starting at the fucking end. I was starting at the end. Where's my top lip? It's under my fucking beard, bro. I'm not shaving. It's the winter in Canada. We have to stay warm. Plus, I can fucking when I drink, bro. It's like, I'm one of those guys. I'm not just licking my lips. I'm licking my facial hair. I didn't get any pussy anytime soon, bro. Shit, yo. Okay. So here's my last job. It's probably better if we start at the end though. I mean at the start. I can start my life off. Okay. So back in high school, I think I put something about high school in here. So originally in my skills, originally when I applied for that coordinator job, I had the line is considered by most people to be of above average intelligence. I had that line in my resume. And did I put that in here? No. Yeah, by most friends and family or something like that. I had is considered by most friends and family to be of above average intelligence. Now, the manager who hired me for the coordinator position, she told me later that she just wanted to see what kind of fucking person would actually write that in their fucking resume. Like, what kind of egotistical motherfucker is writing that? But I backed it up, so I got the job. But anyway. Yeah, we did do this last year, but I have new subscribers now, okay? Goatskin, I've got new subscribers, new viewers, and they need to know. They need to know this stuff, okay? So back when I was in high school, here, let's see what I put for high school. I completed grade 9 through OAC, so that's grade 13 at the time. We had 5 high school grades. With strengths in mathematics, computer science, English, and music. All true. I participated in my school computer programming team in grade 10. I participated in my school band every year. I played on the school basketball team from grades 9 to 11. I was captain of the EASA winning junior team in grade 11. I achieved the highest grade 11 score for my school. That might have been grade 12, actually, but I took it in grade 11 in the University of Waterloo math contest. So, yeah, there's a math contest for Ontario, our province, that each high school can participate in, and I had the highest grade in my school. And I was also elected Students' Council Prime Minister, so I'll be president of the Students' Council in my final year. Yeah. You're right. Just because I write it down doesn't make it true. You're right. I don't know why I would lie about any of this or why I would lie to any of my employers. I mean, I could have rewrote this stuff for you, but why I would select such odd things to be, I don't know. So being that I did what I was all take, being that I did so well. Well, okay, so Sail Boys. So I was president of Students' Council. Now, I was not involved in Students' Council at all prior to my final year. And the entire point, so I ran in grade 12. And the entire reason I ran was to prove a point that these high school politics are bullshit and they're just popularity contests. So being that I hadn't been involved in Students' Council, and my entire campaign was, we need a new face on council. And it was just a picture of my face. That's it. And I won. So it was bullshit. And I quit halfway through the year. Well, dude, I'm giving people a full picture here. You know what I mean? Okay. So then now I never intended on going to post-secondary education. So right after high school, actually I had another job on here prior to this telemarketing. I just didn't list it. For a few months I did door-to-door sales. I was so right out of high school. I think I got the job in like August or July, and I was selling ADT security systems door to door. So they involved like a free trial or something, or like the system, the basic system was free or something like that, and you had to get them on a contract. Blah 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 blah. I was really good at like getting into people's houses and like giving the pitch, but I was really bad at closing the sale. And it was the company was kind of shady too. Like they had an office, but we were door to door salesmen. So we kept like doggy treats on us in case the fucking dogs came at us, and like we basically used fear tactics to try and get you to fucking get a security system. Like it wasn't positioned this exact manner, but it was basically like you're an idiot. You let a complete stranger into your house, me right now. You definitely need a security system because I could rob the fuck out of you right at this exact second. Is basically what we were saying. We weren't allowed to. I think ADT had something to do with the security at the with the security at the fucking Pentagon or something like that. I think they were in charge of the security at the Pentagon, and like this was like 9/11. So yeah, it was September actually after 9/11. So they didn't want us bringing up 9/11 around that. Door-to-door salesman builds character. Yeah. I mean, so and the okay, and okay. What I hated about this job. Sale boy asked me what I hated about this job. What I hated about that job was that we didn't get paid right on the spot. It wasn't an hourly pay. It was completely commission. Okay, it was completely commission. So that I kind of hated. It was my first job though, out of high school. So like whatever. What about Ophelia Johnson? So. Now, at this time was when I was making my first MC Frosty songs as well. Right around that time, right out of high school. I had a computer, and I had cakewalk and a microphone and some, some jacks, some cables. And anyways, I tried to make music. I started recording other bands and stuff as well. But anyway, so what I hated about the door-to-door sales job was that it was commission only, and they didn't pay you your commission that day. Like, you didn't get your sale, or even that week. You had to wait until the fucking system was installed before you got your your $100 or whatever it was per sale. So that means you could, you could feel like you had a good day. You sold two or three systems, but only one person fucking ends up keeping it. So again, that's like on your sales techniques and your closing ability and your ability. So whatever. But I started having a bunch of mine get canceled, and I started being like, what the fuck is going on here? So I had this theory that this company was like just telling me that they were canceling it, but they were still installing it, and some other motherfucker was getting paid for it or whatever. So we went out of town one day, fucking door to door. I think it was in Prescott. Yeah, Prescott or Brockville or something. Prescott, which is like 45 minutes away or an hour away or something. I don't know. Anyway, and we went to their office, and I was not happy because I heard that a couple of my sales got canceled. I was like, fuck this, and I fucking left. Me and this other guy quit on the spot, and we fucking hitchhiked our way back into Cornwall, and that was it. So that's what I didn't like about that job. So it just felt a little dishonest. Sounds like selling vacuum cleaners, basically same type of deal. How much was a typical commission? It was $100. So like we were locking them in for a year to 3 years on a contract. We would try and upsell them on more sensors, things like that. But it was $100, basically $100 for every sale that you got. We were a team of maybe 6 people, maybe 8, including the team leaders. But whatever. So then my next job was telemarketing. Now, by the way, this entire time I was selling weed. Okay. Not much at all, but I was definitely selling weed at this time. Okay. I was selling weed pretty much since I was 15 in high school. That's how I made my extra little bit of cash. My parents would give me an allowance every week, and they would pay for whatever, but also an allowance. But then I was also selling weed. I was basically flipping the allowance money. No, I wasn't selling coke, and I wasn't a cokehead at this time. I had done meth though. I had this. My first binge on meth was like age 18. So and went into 19, I'd say, yeah. So that was the end of high school. I graduated high school when I was 19. So that was 2001. June 2001 is when I don't know why it says December 2001, but June 2001 was when I graduated high school. So after the door-to-door sales, I went to telemarketing. What up, Amber? Welcome. Pro bono producer, what up? So, cheers, by the way. We're drinking Disaronno Originale. Excuse me. Okay, so here is where it was scripted sales. Okay, so they gave you a script to read with an introduction. Everybody was saying the same thing basically, and they had objections. So if somebody said no, you follow the script as to say whatever. Maybe the script said to ask them why after. Maybe the script told you to ask a bunch of questions. Whatever. You follow the fucking script. So we sold books. So the books we sold were scholastic books and like Doubleday book clubs and shit like that. So like, and CDs, DVDs. So I was like Columbia House, pantyhose, Silkies pantyhose. Have you ever heard of them? So it was all like monthly subscription type things, and we were calling to upsell them. Obtain phase. How good is not working a square 9 to 5 job? Well, this job was 5 hours a day. Now, this job was not bad pay at the time. It was like $10 an hour back in 2001. And it was commission. You could make like unlimited commission at the time, depending on how well you did. And they had this whole commission scheme and whatever. But I was named Employee of the Year on my shift in 2003. And also several Employee of the Month awards and given recognition for a period of 6 months with no absences, which is pretty crazy in a telemarketing place. If you've ever worked telemarketing, like absenteeism is generally a fucking problem. Turnover rates are ridiculous usually. Now, find it, fix it. What up? Now, I got hired in October there, 2001. I think it was November. By November, I got charged with weed. I got busted for weed. So you might say, why would I stay at a telemarketing place for so long? Okay. So I got my first criminal charge in my only criminal charge in November 2001. So basically, I had a nice little thing going. Okay, I had some friends that I worked with, and I had good weed. And you know what I mean? Like I was hooking my coworkers up with weed and shit like that. I've told this story many times, but it was after my shift. I worked a night shift, 6:30 p.m. until 11:30 p.m. But like, okay, when you're selling drugs, when you're selling weed or you're selling coke or you're selling whatever, and you start hooking up your employees, okay, their income is now your income. You must think about this, okay? That's why I always had a job, okay, while I did my side hustle. So it was a Friday, I believe, if I recall correctly. It was a Friday or it was a Thursday or something, if I recall. And also, prior to this bus, there was really, really good-looking girl at this place, at this working place I'd never met before, and we became friends right away. And I did hit on her right away, but she shot me down. But I continued to be friends with her and continued to sell her weed and whatever. So anyway, about a month working at this place. I'm still living at home with my parents. So we work our shift, and then that chick and another buddy of mine who worked there, we go, and I think somebody else, we fucking go and after work, and we go fucking hotbox my car. I drive my dad's Roadmaster, Buick Roadmaster, which has a pretty sick engine, LT1 or whatever, governed, but LT1. And so we went to this like nice area of town, which is called Riverdale, and we fucking hotboxed my fucking car, like just fucking each rolling and smoking a cannon. So then something weird happened. This car pulled up and like stopped across the street, and this guy in like a trench coat came out or two guys, and they started walking right towards us, and like it was weird. So I booted it, and then fucking drove away, and then dropped everybody off. And they were all in the east end. They were in the east end of town. The nice area was the west end of town. So I fucking dropped them off, blazed as fuck. And then my normal procedure was to after, because that was the regular thing, was to get stoned after work. My regular procedure was to go to Wendy's and get a couple of JBCs, like junior bacon cheeseburgers. And that night, I did not decide to do that. And to my dismay, as I decided to go home, I took a right down a different route than my normal stoned route. And there was a fucking ride program, which in Ontario is a ride. I don't know, I forget what it stands for, but it's drinking and driving checkpoint. So I roll up, and I roll my window down, and their report said there was still smoke coming out of my car, but whatever. I thought I aired it out, but anyway. So they told me to pull over, and she asked me if I had any weed on me, and I said, yep. And I pulled out a baggie with some. Well, she told me to get out of the car and all that shit, and give her a baggie with some stems in it. And she said, "Is that it?" And I said, "Yep." And then they found my bag of the rest of my weed, which I had just put under my driver's seat. So they found that very quickly. And there was 16 grams individually grammed out in it at that time in 2001. So BZ, what up? No, it wasn't a Roadmaster wagon. No, it was the sedan, the like family vehicle. It was kind of like a Cadillac, I would say. My dad had a couple Cadillacs as well. Yes, yeah, it would be distributing. So I got charged with trafficking. So anyway, they searched me, and I had like these little foamy ear, like for my headset at fucking work. So you have a mouth foamy and an ear foamy. I had those in my pocket. They're like, what's this? I'm like, it's for my work, man. And I had cash on me, and they didn't take it because I had a real job. So there was no proof of proceeds of crime. And so they let me keep my money. They took me down to the station. I recall I was high as hell. Okay, and they were playing Highway to Hell. The cop was playing Highway to Hell. Hammering it. Like they had a fucking sick fucking stereo system in their fucking Crown Vics or whatever the fuck they were driving. But anyway, so they took me down, and the cops interrogated me. They tried to get me to. Well, they didn't really try very hard to get me to snitch, but they did ask me where I was getting it from. And I told them, I told them straight up, you guys can ask me anything you want about me. But I'm not going to say anybody else's name. The cop kind of respected that. And so right off the bat, I used my defense, which was my plan to defense, which was that I was addicted to marijuana, so I was charged with trafficking because it was individually grammed out, and I said that I was selling to support my habit. I did not keep my mouth shut about myself. I was very candid about my fucking what I was doing. I actually, he asked me if I had any more, and I literally completely forgot about my stash that I had in my house. And I was like, no. And like, if he was like trying to detect a lie off of me or anything, like I was so believable because I actually forgot, you know what I mean? But I still had like 10 grams in my house or some shit. So like, anyway, I was like, no. And, anyway, so, they gave me the keys back to my car. So they let me out. Because I said that I was fucking addicted to marijuana. I was supporting my fucking habit and I was like just hooking up my friends because they were going to buy it from somebody else anyway. So it was like, at least I know what they're getting. It's for me. So the cop he's like, well, you should probably look into addiction services. So he gave me the number to addiction services. Now, this was key. This is a key moment because that then allowed me to actually go into addiction services afterwards. But anyway, I'll get to that. So, and like, I mean, this is like 2 months into my first job out of high school, and I'm getting busted for weed. And like, this is like 2 months after the Students' Council Prime Minister is out of high school. Okay, getting busted for weed. Okay, now, so what our city does is when I left the cop shop, so they called a cab for me, and the guy who booked me or whatever, he was like, "You're lucky it wasn't coke, or you'd be going to jail. You'd be going to jail." So it was on a Friday. Yes, I recall it was on a Friday. He's like, "You'd be going to jail for the weekend." I'm like, okay. I'd never done coke at that point. So only meth. So, and ecstasy. So, and shrooms. But as far as hard drugs, only meth. Rub Lulu Lime, welcome. We're going through like a little get to know me session here, I guess. If you guys have questions, feel free to ask. I was just going through my history here. So I went through my high school. Here's my high school stuff. See, when I say I like meth, it's really a typo. It's I like math. I was the highest in my school for the University of Waterloo math contest in the year that I took it. I can't remember if it was grade 11 or grade 12. I don't even fucking know. But anyway, 1 year I took it, I was the highest. And then I was just going through my telemarketing. But I have to state here that while this is me on paper, I was also selling weed at this time since I was like 15. So like, okay, so yeah, Dom Leeds, I'll explain what happened with the sentencing and everything. I don't have a record. I do not have a record. So yeah, within 2 months of working at this telemarketing place, it was called Beauty Rock. I got busted for selling weed because I hotboxed my car and went through a fucking drinking and driving stop. So they got me. And I had my shit grammed out. So they charged me 16 grams grammed out and charged me in trafficking. So I went through I gave my report. Most people would shut the fuck up and not say a goddamn thing like you're supposed to. But I was honest, and I told them that, you know, I was just supporting my addiction by selling weed. And what up, Edgar Camacho? And so I then went to so what our city does. So yeah, they gave me a fucking free cab ride back to my car. They gave me the keys, which literally I was so stoned. Okay, I was fucking blazed the entire time. Anyway, I went back to my car, drove home. They didn't impound it or anything, and anyways, I got home and I had that other 10 grams or 7 grams or whatever. So I went and fucking got my weed. Then I went down. I had some boys that lived at the corner. I didn't live directly in Cornwall at that time. I lived in a little village outside of Cornwall, just north of Cornwall, called St. Andrews West. And I still live with my parents. So anyways, I went home and then I realized that I had more weed at home because I had told the cop that I did. And I was like, oh shit, yeah, I forgot about that. And so I went down in the corner with like these boys who worked at the bar and stuff like that. They had their own fucking little flop house or party place. And like, anyway, we just got so high. Anyway, so the way my city works is when there's a charge, when there's police activity, when there's police charges, there's a police blotter. Okay. So if I recall correctly, it was Monday rolls around, okay, because I think I got charged on Friday. And the only reason I think I got charged on Friday was because the guy, originally I thought it was a Thursday, but it could have been a Friday. But anyway, so the reason I thought it was a Friday because the guy told me that fucking I would have been in jail for the weekend if it was coke. So no, never got busted for selling coke. So Monday rolls around and my name is in the newspaper, in the police blotter. Okay. So my shift at work was fucking 6:30 p.m. So the newspaper got there early that day. Actually, we lived in the country. It was mid-afternoon. So I snagged the newspaper as soon as it got there, and I fucking checked it, and I was fucking in there. What was crazy about it is that they put high quality. Like, they put my name and was found with 16 and a half grams individually wrapped or individually packaged high quality marijuana was what they put in the fucking thing. Like, if I would have continued, it was like an advertisement that they put for me. They rarely put that, by the way. They would just put cannabis or whatever, but high quality they put, which was awesome. And it was high quality at the time. So I hid the newspaper all day. And then when I went to fucking work, I gave them the newspaper and I was like, hey, we'll talk about this later. And so I went to work, and then like at work, they had the newspapers out in the break rooms and shit. So they all fucking knew. And, no, I just grabbed the ones from, because I knew when my parents would check the papers and shit like that, you know what I mean? So whatever. Anyways, I just grabbed the one and I had to own up to it because otherwise they were going to hear it from somebody else. So I was like, fuck. So I fucking gave it to them. And anyway, so nothing happened to me at work or anything. And then I went home and I owned up to it with my parents. I told them exactly what happened. They weren't too pleased, but whatever. So I got sentenced to a court. I got a court date, so I had to show up to that. Now I didn't pay for a lawyer or anything. I already confessed to it. You know what I mean? I confessed to what I was doing, and but what I did do is, and this was, I went to addiction services before my court date. I went to addiction services and I started fucking getting treatment for my marijuana addiction, which was the intent behind my criminal activity, was to support my addiction, my mental health problem. So that looked real good. That looked so fucking good when I went into fucking court for my like I didn't get ordered to go into it. Nobody fucking did anything. I fucking just went into court. And I pleaded guilty. I used duty counsel, free lawyer. So I like literally went in like an hour before my court date and met with them and said I was pleading guilty. And they're like, well, since it's your first offense, you can probably we can probably negotiate with them. And so because of my first offense, I went to plead guilty to possession, simple cannabis possession. So they agreed. The Crown is called, the prosecutors. They agreed to that, and I was able to plead guilty to straight possession. I got sentenced. I don't know if it was that same day, but I think it was. This is what happened. The judge that day asked me if I was still using, and I said yes. With my addictions counselor, we're on a plan to wean myself off of the marijuana. So we're slowly reducing my consumption. I was around 3 to 3.5 grams when I got arrested. You know, we're down to like 2 grams a day right now. he said that's not going to cut it. He's like, I can't sentence you while I know that you're breaking the exact same law. I can't do that. So he said, come back in a month and be off of it. Exactly, Sailboy. So I said, okay. So I actually quit. I quit for 23 days. I went into my counselor. I said, let's get a fucking. Now, okay. So I forgot to mention. So while all this was happening, that chick that I hit on at first, who turned me down, who shot me down, we hooked up. It was like around February. I remember it was around Valentine's Day of 2002, slightly before. So something happened, and she was the one who initiated it with me. We decided we would be fuck friends, is what we verbally decided before we ever really hooked up. We were just talking about it, and we were just like, okay. So her first impression of me was to like shoot me down in terms of like a date or like whatever, like any romantic interest. But after like a few months of chilling with me and being cool with me, she wanted to be my fuck friend. So, and then that led to us being exclusive. Like, well, we were exclusive either way, but it was like a relationship afterwards. Come on, show yeah. Yeah, exactly with weed. But they didn't like the trafficking part. But what up, Snurp? So, well, 16 grams of weed on a fucking drinking and driving checks like whatever it's called, ride program. That's a good bust for them. You know what I mean? They're looking like I think that's a better bust for them than fucking a drinking and driving charge, at least, you know. Anyway, so now my girlfriend was a mad pothead. So we started hooking up, and then I had my court in like March or something like that. So I plead guilty, and then he tells me that he can't fucking sentence me, and then I go and I quit smoking weed, and my girlfriend's a pothead. So anyways, I quit, and after 23 days, I go and get a drug test, and then fucking it was in. I went back to the judge, and I gave him the results for the fucking. Well, I submitted it to my lawyer, and she gave it to them. But the results for the drug test, and I also did. I tested cocaine on there as well, because early in the relationship, I did some cocaine, and I told my girlfriend about it, and she did not like that at all. She was like, I can't be with you. You're doing cocaine. So it was kind of like prove to her as well that I wasn't doing anything. So I got tested for cocaine and I had nothing in there. So anyway, so the judge was like, I don't know what these results mean, actually. You know what I mean? So I had to go back at the lunch break back to my fucking counselor and get her writing an additional note, her explaining what the results were, and then it was all good. Did my GF query? Yeah, I was charged with trafficking. And I admitted to it. In my statement. But I said it was because of the mental health issues of addiction to cannabis. So, now, call this lucky or not. Very unlucky, to tell you the truth. However, the judge was a family friend. The judge was not my mom, but my aunt and my uncle. He was a fucking family friend of them. I fucking know it. I know it. So anyway, so he and my mom also had a bout with cancer at that time. She was a survivor, and the newspaper did an article on her, and it was in print the day before my sentencing, and my mom was in court with me. Like, we're not a big city. My mom was there supporting me throughout this fucking thing. And there was an article the day before about her being a fucking cancer survivor. So with the judge being a fucking family friend, I'm just saying I got off easy on this fucking shit. All right. And I played my cards exactly right with the fucking addiction services fucking shit. Okay. So the judge gave me a conditional discharge, okay, which is off your record. And he gave me 8 months probation, which was like basically don't be doing drugs and don't be disturbing the peace or whatever. So as long as I was good. And then what happened, I went to my first fucking probation meeting. So right after I got sentenced probation. So I had to go to the probation officer right after, which is across the street. So I went to the fucking probation office, and he told me I wouldn't even need to check in. He was like, call in every once in a while, or like call in on these certain times or whatever, but you don't actually have to come in here. So I was like, okay. So I fucking got high as fuck that day. Did my girlfriend discharge? Oh, she was actually very clean. What a hypocrite. Maybe you're right. Maybe all this mistreatment I got inside Louis Martell is just fucking balance. It's just fucking, you know, I mean, the system fucking. The point I was making is that it wasn't entirely white privilege, okay? It wasn't entirely white privilege. It was like small city privilege. Anyway, so I got high, and I got high as fuck that day. I thought that was like one of the highest I've ever been off of weed, and I thought it was laced, and it was fucking, and everything slowed down. I thought it was like buddy fucking laced it with, I don't even know, but anyway. So the way a conditional discharge works is if you complete your probation and 3 years after your sentencing, if you have no charges or any illegal shit whatsoever, that shit comes off your record permanently, and you don't need a pardon. You don't need anything. So that's what happened. I stayed cool for fucking the whole time. So basically what happened, so during, to put this back to my history, this whole time right here, almost, I was trying to behave myself because I didn't want to get fucking, I had a girlfriend. We worked at the same place. We lived a very convenient lifestyle. I wouldn't say it was the most awesome lifestyle because like we lived the exact same lives, but it was very convenient. Lots of fucking, lots of working. After my probation, I think I did start selling weed again. Dom Leeds, what up? Okay, the U.S. band story. Okay, so it was in 2002 that I got sentenced, okay? My girlfriend and I also got together early 2002. We were together for like 3 years almost, so till 2005. She moved to Montreal, I believe. And then after she moved, I moved. But before that, after she moved, so we broke up when she moved. After we tried the long distance thing a little bit, but it didn't work. Put on dark mode, sorry. And so I'm just stating here dates. So I would say it was around October, November of 2004 that this, it would have been in 2005. Probably somewhere around in here, like June or July of 2005. I attempt to go after, so that's 3 years after my sentencing. I decide to try to cross into the United States. And so I was with two of my buddies, okay, in the Roadmaster. Now, this Roadmaster had been refused entry into the United States prior when I was in high school. I was driving and I was going to play a show when I was in my high school, a band that I was in high school called Biomass. We got hired to play a graduation party for like some St. Lawrence College or St. Lawrence University in Canton, I believe. And it was like graduation party and these guys hired us. But we went to go fucking cross and we got our vehicle searched. My dad had some alcohol. We got refused a whole bunch that day. Anyway, so in 2005, I decided to try and cross into the United States, knowing that I don't have a record. However, we cross over and now I was with two buddies and we fucking smoked a fatty. Okay. We searched my car. First off, we searched my car just to make sure that there was no fucking weed anywhere. Like we gave it a thorough fucking search. Like, so we checked the middle fucking thing there that you can put stuff in, like with the drink. I forget what it's called, with the drink holders and whatever, but you can like lift it up and then like put stuff in it. I forget what that thing's called. Anyway, at the very back of it was a fucking roach. Like a 3/4 roach. And I was like, oh my God, we found it. So we tossed that out. We got so stoned though, because we're going to the casino. There's a casino right across the bridge on the American side on the Native Reserve. And I used to go when I knew I was allowed in the States. Anyway, the console. Thank you, Gamble. What up? I'm just giving my history. I'm giving the people the story behind Frosty. So we're back here. I went through my telemarketing here, and I was just mentioning how I was hustling also on the side. Like all of this has hustling on the side. This is me on paper, but on the side is me hustling. So I'm just going through my weed hustling days, I guess, which was around here, and then I got to ask about how I was banned from the United States. So I got charged for trafficking. I pleaded guilty to possession. They gave me a conditional discharge. I had 8 months probation. I passed it, no problem. In Canada with a conditional discharge, 3 years after your sentencing, if no legal anything, the shit automatically comes off your record. So that's what I got. After that 3 years, which is 2005, I tried to go to the United States and I fucking stoned. And they asked me if I had ever been charged with anything. Now, I said yes. I'm an honest guy. So I said yes. I figured I had nothing to worry about because I had no record. And I'm like, I got no record. I'm like, they'll be able to understand. But I should have said no. But I said yes. And they would, what up, Billabong Matt? We're just drinking Disaronno Originale today. It's my second glass. We're drinking that much of the bottle. We're just drinking today, guys. I haven't drank in a while, so we're having a good time. Noah's Casino in Akwesasne. Hogansburg, maybe it's called. I forget what it's called. The Akwesasne Mohawk Casino, actually, I believe is what it's called. So anyway, I say yes, I've been charged, and I tell them what I've been charged with, which was trafficking, which is what I was originally charged with. So they bring us into the customs, they pull over, bring us in the customs office, go search our vehicle. I tell them the entire story of what happens with me. And what got me is only that I admitted to possess. I told them that I pleaded guilty to possession. And that's what got me fucking banned from the United States. Just admitting that I had possessed an illegal substance that was legal in the United States in 2005. You know what I'm saying? So there was no talk of legalization of weed at the time. No anything. Anyway, so they banned me and I signed it. I recall being a smartass a little bit at the end after I signed it, and they had some cookies that were on the. I was like, can I at least have some cookies since I'll never be back in your country? And they're like, no. Colby, what up? Yes, this is amaretto. But yes, Disaronno Originale. Disaronno Originale. It's my favorite drink. I like drinking it on the rocks with a splash of Coca-Cola. It's delicious. Well, I would think about trying again, but that would be just to deal with whatever's going on. Like, it would be just to find out what the status is. I don't know. Anyway, who the fuck knows? That's why I got banned. I signed the paper. They banned me, and I've never gone back. I never even thought of it. So while all this is going on, my girlfriend of 3 years has moved back to Montreal. We broke up. The long distance relationship didn't work. And I'm working at StarTech customer service. And so I'm upgraded from telemarketing into customer service. So what we did is we did customer service for AT&T Wireless in the United States. So I took inbound calls, customer service calls, handled billing inquiries, troubleshoot customer equipment issues, upsold additional services, and blah, 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 blah. So I ended up being in the top 10% of the call center, which was okay. My caring tone of voice and personality were able to calm irate customers and provide a welcoming environment for customer issue resolution. My ability to learn quickly and retain information helped in resolving common issues quickly. I use quickly twice in the same sentence. That's amateur. Thereby achieving customer satisfaction. So I worked there for almost a year. So that was meth stage 2. Yeah, that was meth stage 2 of my life. Right around there, I recall. So yeah, so it came back. So meth stage 1 in my life was like age 18 and 19 in high school. Had a hookup, and then the hookup ran dry eventually, and nobody had any. And then it came back. Now I liked this job because I could, again, I was selling weed, okay. So I was able to hook people up who I work with. I believe I believe I was selling other things at this time. If I were, because this is what happened. I broke up. My girlfriend and I broke up, and I was kind of upset about it. And then my bank offered me a $5,000 credit line of credit. I had a credit card with them prior. It was $1,000. I think I got up a bit. And then they offered me a $5,000 line of credit, which is even better than a credit card, in my opinion, as far as like taking out cash. So that summer was pretty fun. Plus, I was banned from the U.S. Whatever. Did I use Clarify? I don't know what Clarify is. We're currently on meth stage 57. No, we're probably on meth stage 6 right now. It's just been lasting a long fucking time. It's not even really meth. I don't even know what I do. But I will say, inside Lou Martell, the last 2 weeks was extremely productive for me, but I pushed myself too hard. I streamed 100 hours, including the 12 hours on Danny Prism's podcast. 100 hours, plus I did about 4 to 6 hours of audio fucking work on the tracks, or on one of the tracks. I released 2 songs. We did 6,000 views on the last Frostcast, but I was the last 4 days, I've just been chilling. I watched Gamble stream the last couple of nights, fucking gossip column, and then some fucking trollathon last night. It was fun. What a baba booey. So anyway, I'm working at this telemarketing place, and it was meth, my second meth phase, and I was also like, I wasn't, again, like, I hate paying for drugs, guys. I hate that out of pocket expense. So I would always grab extra. You know what I'm saying? For whoever else might want some. If you know what I'm saying. So I rarely pay for anyway. So, and this was when smoking. This is what meth phase 2 was, when smoking meth came into play. I hadn't really smoked. No, I didn't even smoke it in meth phase 1. It was just pure snorting or fucking popping fucking capsules, or like putting the fucking meth in like a shot glass and like just drinking it or whatever. That was a common way for me to do it. Yeah, the Frostcasts are good. The Frostcasts are fucking awesome. I'm very fortunate, and like, you know what I mean, like these first few ones, they're just feeling things out. I'm getting better with the moderation. I'm getting better to see how the chat's going, and you know what I mean, I'm happy with how they're going. I was blessed to have Bobby Dillon come on so soon after the Ski Mask breakup and share it. And you know what I mean, that was nice of her, because I hadn't heard of her or heard from her at all during her rekindling of the relationship with Ski Mask. And I didn't stir any shit up with Ski Mask out of respect for her, like during that time. Like, Attila kicked Grit for talking about you. Yeah. That Gamble, that's like when I go on the other podcasts now, like that's like people's main point of discussion now with me is you. I don't mind leeching, bro. That's fine, but they don't know what they're asking for, because I'll stand my fucking ground. You know what I'm saying? Like, anyways, whatever. I stand my ground, then I get kicked off. But whatever, fuck it. I love it. So, okay, so it was meth phase. It was meth phase 2, and it was also me living on my own for the first time during this phase. At StarTech, I believe. No, maybe not. No, it wasn't. It was meth. It was just straight up meth phase 2. I was living at my parents'. I now recall. I was smoking. I'd have friends over, and we'd play fucking NBA Live on my fucking projector on the wall, and we'd just be all fucking methed out and shit, and like we'd be smoking. Anyway, so that was that phase. And then what happened, the reason I left this job, okay, so the reason I left this job right here, which is, I had a friend who passed away. Okay. He was involved in a lot of illegal activity. However, he passed away on the river. And this was an intense night, because was that even then? No, it wasn't even then. That wasn't even then. I apologize. I went back to this place when I came back to Cornwall, I believe. And that's when I quit. Yeah, it wasn't then. Sorry. Or was it? Fuck. Anyway, this is what happened. My buddy was fucking... He was smuggling cigarettes. He was out on the boat, do a run or do a pickup or whatever. And he never came back. So I was hanging out with. So what happened was, one of my buddies who was also involved in the deal he just showed up at my house that night, and he was like, "Fuck, I don't know what happened with this other buddy." And it's like, yeah, I don't know. And it was he knew what happened, but yeah. Anyway, he was very distraught. Let's just say. So yeah, our buddy fucking. The official story apparently was that there was a collision between the boat that he was on and another boat in the middle of the night. He got tossed off. Nobody ever found him. Well, they found him the next day in the river, but nobody that night found him or called anyone for help. So he passed away. But yeah, that sucked. I think somebody got charged for some type of negligence or something like that. But I don't know what exactly happened. But that was definitely a shitty situation. But I know that wasn't this. That wasn't 2005 that happened. It was later. But I remember maybe I wasn't even working there. I don't even fucking know. Anyway, what happened after that is after this StarTech, after this 2005. Oh yeah, the whole point, because this is what happened. Because my buddy had a funeral. They had a funeral, obviously, and I was already out of my sick days for that year, but I wanted to go to buddy's funeral. And my supervisor gave me a fucking hard time about it. So I said, fuck you. And I just quit. I was like, you're not going to be compassionate with me about my friend fucking passing away. Fuck you. So I quit. And I moved to Montreal. I don't know if my dates are correct. I worked at some of these places more than once. But I moved to Montreal in 2005. My first foray out of my parents' house, I believe, maybe not, I don't know, but I decided to move to Montreal. I sold this was the big thing. I sold all of my music gear at that point. I had a little bit of cash, so I partied that whole $5,000 credit line that the fucking bank gave me. I partied that shit, but I saved enough to move away. Or there was enough there for me to move away. Venom Racing Gaming, what up? I don't know about Tetris. We're just drinking. We're drinking Disaronno Originale. I got that in there, and who knows where this night will take us. I haven't drank it in a while. I'm gonna have to go get some more ice after I drink this one. Maji, so you can talk. You can talk, dude. You didn't pass the maturity test, though, Dread. You know what I mean? We set the trap for the see if you've grown up. Amaretto in Kuala. Anyway, so in 2005, I decided to move to Montreal. So I'm meth free at this point. Okay, I'm moving to Montreal. And I take just to see what's up, just to see if I like it. I go into my buddy's. So my buddy, he had an apartment there with two guys from Montreal. So they would go. From Toronto, and they would go back to Toronto when the school was off. Like two students from Toronto, so they would go back home during the summer. So I took over one of their rooms for the summer just to see if I liked it, and I did. So then what happened was we moved to another place down the street. One of the roommates moved out. So it was me, my buddy from Cornwall, and this Jewish guy from Toronto. Not that his religion has anything to do with it. Kinda actually, but, anyway, it was just interesting. A situation. So then I started working as a telemarketing sales representative on the legit side. So like, guys, I'm a little bit of a criminal. Okay. Like I just want you guys to know this. Like almost my entire life, adult life, even my high school adolescent life, I've kind of been a criminal. I'm just saying, like, not like a thief or a fraudster, but I've been a fucking drug dealer. That which constitutes as a criminal. I've been a fairly good drug dealer, considering I only got that one bust and I haven't killed myself in terms of my addiction problems. But it was never for the money. It was always for not paying for the drugs. Like wanting the drugs was always I never sold drugs I didn't do myself. You know what I mean? And people always knew that like what they were getting from me was well tested. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, like what is a criminal really, right? What is a criminal? I define a criminal not necessarily by what you do, but by what you're willing to do. By what you're willing to do. Craig and Am, what up? More mods in chat. Yeah, I know. I have like 500 to 600 mods. It's crazy. It's my first time seeing you. It doesn't take that much effort. However, demanding it is not the correct way to get it. You gotta make an impression on me, or at least get me to remember you. But maybe next time I'll remember you. But you know what, Craig? I recognize your chat first when I look. It's called visual management. Because I like to make the new people feel, isolated and neglected, but then give them extra attention when they speak. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, he does notice me. Oh, it's easier to recognize. All right. So I moved to Montreal and I got a fucking job at this teleperformance place. Okay. And this was interesting. This was an interesting experience for me. So my city, Cornwall, Ontario, is like predominantly white. Okay. And when I got this job at this telemarketing place, now I was selling Bell Business Internet back in 2005. So there was dial-up and still going on. And there was also high speed. I think DSL is what we were selling. From right here. Now, this is where I met. Okay, so it's interesting because, okay, I was the minority. White dudes were the fucking minority. There was like some hot ass white French chicks. A few of them, and there was a couple white dudes on the team, and the rest was all like Haitians and like I had a good buddy Larry, and he was like from Africa, not the Ghana. He was from Ghana. He was a cool dude. So no, it was cool. It was cool. It wasn't what I was used to. So it just exposed me right away to multiculturalism. The hilarious thing is like, I'm there thinking these guys are like hardcore. And like some of them were talking gangster and shit like that, right? And I'm thinking they're hardcore, all right? But when I tell them that I'm from Cornwall, they're like, whoa. I feel bad for you, dude. You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh shit. And I actually had clout. And now this was also this workplace was where I met one of my future business partners, who was like my supervisor. And this guy was like this 6'5" Egyptian dude, okay? I'm not going to say his name, but he was super cool, super smooth, fucking wavy hair, slick guy, blah, 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 blah. Gave me a hit of acid one time and like whatever. But he knew what Cornwall was about, okay? And he wanted to do business with me right away. So, yeah, talking gangster, like guns and crime and stuff, like. Currently seeking live streaming talent who is in need of a professional representation. Thank you. Goddamn, John Mendelsohn. I don't know if are you Canadian? Are you in the bar? Because I got a whole. If you want to fucking go, I got a $250,000 fucking case against my city. If you want to go any fucking time, bro. You want to go on a contingency? Let's fucking do it, bud. Get all your fucking partners' investments in there on shit, bro. Like I got a slam dunk, motherfucker. You want to fucking go against a fucking Canadian senator, bro? Against fucking discrimination against my motherfucking ass? Let's go, bud. I'm waiting for you, bud. All right. So, you don't hear much about Canada's underworld. Okay, well, Cornwall is historically, okay, so we'll do our geographical location, A, being a border city, border point, and being an hour away from Montreal, Canada's second biggest city, an hour away from Ottawa, Canada's capital, and 4 hours away from Toronto, Canada's largest city. We have always been a hub of smuggling, and yeah. So anyway, so I'm in Montreal and I'm working for this teleperformance place, and then anyways I get hooked up with this fucking 6'5" Egyptian guy. Okay, as we started off as friends, and then we went to business associates at some point. Because what happened was my friends from Cornwall. It was popular every weekend for my friends from Cornwall to rent a bus and go to Fafoun Electric, which is like this rock metal bar in downtown Montreal, awesome bar. But every Saturday they would have dollar drinks. You would like certain beers and whatever were $1. So you pay a $10 cover, and you would get dollar fucking beers or drinks or whatever for the whole night. So people from Cornwall would rent a fucking bus, like a school bus, like charter a school bus or whatever. So my friends who were on the bus, knowing me, would contact me and be like, yo, get the cocaine. Where the cocaine? And that's how I started selling cocaine. Was from my friends asking me for it. So I got a hookup, and initially I just cut the shit out of it. I would get good stuff, and I would cut the shit out of it down in half or more, and I would sell it, and I would make money, and I would keep the good stuff for myself. There's two Cornwalls, UK and Canada. Well, there's a Cornwall, Ontario in Canada. There's also a Cornwall in Prince Edward Island. And yes, there is a Cornwall in the UK, tourist spot, I believe. Ryan Gosling is from Cornwall. He's a year older than me, I believe. Possibly 2. I think he's a year older than me. Maybe 2. I'm like 1 degree of separation from him. I know some of his friends. I know who his best friend is. And I know good friends of his. Like his best friend growing up from town. So then what happened? So just from my friends coming down every weekend and the cokeheads that I lived with, I knew I could make some fucking money. So that's what I did. And then what happened eventually was other people liked the stuff that I had when I wouldn't cut it. I started getting a good enough price on it that I didn't even need to cut it. And and people were very happy. Like I'm talking... Okay, so the guy that I started grabbing off. So at first I started grabbing 8 balls, okay, and cutting them in a quarter, 50%, double it up. Oh, in management business, representing artists. Oh shit. Yeah. What I need, I probably do need that John Mendelsohn at some point. what I need is I need a bulldog to fucking who's gonna fucking press my city for a nice fucking settlement. Basically, I don't think they want to go through what I don't think they want to go through this fucking smoke. I don't think they want any of this fucking Frosty smoke. They haven't. They put me on all kinds of lists. They put me on these lists. The courthouse. Might disturb the peace. Mental health issues. I don't even know what the lists are, but I'm definitely on a list. I'm proud of it. I probably shouldn't have emailed the fucking mayor's assistant and told her I was going to ruin this fucking city. I didn't say fucking. That would have been rude. Anyway. So, ruin is such an ambiguous term, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's, like, ruin. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Ruin Life Crew? Yeah, exactly. Ruin Life Crew, which was supported by the city, but they're, you know what I mean? Like, all Star Seeds are known of. Frosty, have I ever had a manager? Okay. I almost had a manager. Voltage Artist Management. I was in talks. We didn't. I think he stopped talking to me at some point when I started pressing my cops, the local cops and shares around that time. He just stopped talking to me. But he was old school. He was old school. I didn't really feel what he was doing, but he did make me an EPK, electronic press kit, and he gave me a plan that we had. But he was in like radio and all this stuff. And he was telling me to fucking like tone my shit down and blah, blah, blah. But we never signed anything. He gave me a contract, though. He showed me what the contract would look like, which is cool. That I've actually seen a contract, and so that I know what the language is and all that kind of stuff. It was interesting. It was fair, I believe. But I'm not running for mayor on this next election, I don't think. Okay, I'm gonna get some more ice. And I'm going to make another drink here. Get a little more weed here, too. Just join the Illuminati. You don't need to join the Illuminati. You just need to be illuminated. My illumination comes straight from Thelema, okay? Like, all my illumination revolves around magic. So, that's all you need, really. Make your life. You make your life. Make your life. And COVID restrictions. Well, okay, so inside Lou Martell, there's a few things. I would love a manager, okay? I would love someone to handle all this fucking shit, okay? But as far as live shows go, I'm not proven yet. So I want to do a tour on my own, an independent tour, and see where I'm at. And then from there, I'll determine whether the crowds, because I'm only really show tested in my local area. Like, I'm not that show tested, but I think I can pull it off. I honestly think I'm gonna end up playing live shows at like comedy shows. That's the way I see this going, and just taking my funny, stupid dick meth fucking hooker songs and just making like a script storyline for the stuff, telling you what they're about and whatever. But there's a lot of directions I can go in terms of live shows. I'm not entirely there, but just give me a second. I'll be right back. What up, the E-Turn? Hey, yo. We back. Whew. All right, we'll make another drink here. We're getting a little juicy. No dancing in Canada like Footloose. Yeah, I don't know. It's all those regulations are fucking provincial. So it could vary. I don't exactly know what's going on. Turney, what up? Comedy entertainment route, maybe. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so me going on tour as an artist, okay, is just at first is just a personal goal of mine. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just something that I've never done as a musician or an artist, is actually go on tour or some type of tour. There's a few reasons, and like, if I had a band, like I tried with other bands to get to that point, it just never fucking happened. Okay. So MC Frosty is the route that I've chosen to try and achieve that miniature goal. Now, if that tour shows potential, okay, it doesn't have to be a success, a raving, but if it shows potential, as in I see people enjoying it, then I will continue down that path. If I get tomatoes and beer cans and bottles thrown at me while I'm performing, I will probably not go that route as far as future performances. Well, specifically inside Louis Martel, what you're referring to would be a booking manager, a booking manager, like a booking agent, kind of. And absolutely, a manager can entail a lot of different things. And I don't know if I need a full array of manager stuff. We'll see. Ideally, I would like to be managing other artists that I also perhaps produce, that like under my label. That's where this game is going. I'll let you know that. But we'll see what happens. Likely what's going to happen is I'm going to just contact a bunch of shows, like small shows, and try and get an opening slot on a whole bunch of like small shows, and just have one person with me, like, to drive and fucking help me set up. And that's what my first tour is going to be. Very small. Probably 2 weeks, but still, yeah, I gotta wait and from there I will have data. I'll be able to gather, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how it's gonna go. The live music scene is, I believe, changed a little bit here. I don't know how much for a beat. I don't know. Not much. We can work on it together. You know, like, I just, like, you just want a beat, like, you just want, like, I don't know, like, what. I don't know. What a Bone 69. Yeah, I took the last few days off. I gotta put my splash of Coke in here. Yeah, but you Americans are treating this fucking shit a little more freely than we are here in Ontario. Like, and what about this new variant? Omicron? Is it? Now, I saw this today, but that it has the exact same letters as moronic, right? Omicron and moronic. If you rearrange the letters, it's the same word, isn't it? How did my herbs end up doing? Well, here's some of it. This is, I would say, the second grade plant here. We had 4 plants. It's not clipped very well. It's fine. It's just dandy. Yeah, it's just dandy. Section 522, 100 Omicron. What? Yeah, there's another plant, the one that we got like 9 ounces off of or something. It was much better. Much better. Does the trick. Durban poison. The South Park post-COVID movie, guys, if you haven't seen it, watch it. It's funny. It's hilarious. I don't want to spoil it for you. I wish I could. I thought it was funny. It doesn't take a side. It doesn't really take a side on it, but it points out a lot of things that are just the tongue-in-cheekness of South Park, and I enjoyed it. Galaxy 1,000 light years away. Oh, yeah, it's B11213447. Yeah. They all got those numbers. Disclose. So where were we on my story? Where were we before? So I was in Montreal. I just started selling cocaine. So I worked here for a little bit from 2005 to 2006, so like 8 months, and I was like, oh, fuck it. I went and got a better paying job at this other telemarketing place. Reverse telemarketing, actually. I was in the retention department, the cancellation department. So it's called MemberWorks. Now at this place was great. This place was at the Eaton Center of Montreal. It was just like on the 6th floor, 7th floor. Now there were some funny instances. So I didn't trust my roommates worth a shit. Okay. So I did not leave my stash. Now I was selling cocaine, but I was also selling weed. Okay, I was selling M39 for $25 an eighth. Here in Cornwall, you wouldn't sell an eighth. I never really heard of eighths being sold. It was always quarter ounces. Montreal, the game there was delivery service, like fucking Half Baked, the first one. Well, the only one. Half Baked when the guy shows up on the bike with a fucking bag, like you can choose your shit. Like that's the way the weed game was basically run in Montreal is call a delivery service. Guy shows up with fucking all kinds of different weed, choose it, whatever. And it's $35 for 3.5, $10 a gram straight up. Oh, it's all stories tonight that you heard. All the stuff you guys have heard before too, but we got new subscribers, we got new viewers, we got people who need to know the history behind. I mean, it's not really MC Frosty. I mean, I guess it is MC Frosty. It's more Jordan. It's more me. But whatever. You guys want to know where MC Frosty originates from? It is Jordan. So I guess it counts. I was a master of telemarketing. I was very good. The more freedom I was given with the fucking scripting and things like that, like the better I was. I was able to like find my own way to sell their shitty fucking products, which didn't rely on their own scripting and sound like a fucking robot. Like build rapport. My voice has always been pretty good. Whatever. Boiler room. I applied for a boiler room type place. It was fucking shady as fuck in Montreal before I got hired at these other places. They targeted elderly in the United States. I'm pretty sure these places like got busted, but they would target the elderly in the United States, and they would try and sell them things that were free, like free information that and like these like It was not legit. Anyway, I heard what they were doing and I left on the first day. What up, Beaver? So I got hired at this MemberWorks place. So this was like reverse sales. So I took inbound calls where the customer wished to cancel their membership and attempted to retain them as a customer. I operated a computer to navigate through the benefits and features of the various memberships offered. So people were sold some like scam membership that they never fucking remembered about off of like infomercials, basically. When you buy shit off of an infomercial or whatever, there's always like these additional fucking offers and additional. So half the people don't really remember, but they do actually sign up to this stuff. So they'll get like their first month free or whatever, and then they'll get billed for it, and then they'll call us to be like, what the hell is this charge on my fucking credit card? And then we would explain it to them, and we would attempt for them to keep it. So what these memberships did at this specific place was allowed people to buy gift cards for like Walmart or wherever at like a 20% discount or something like that. But you had to buy a gift card with it. So whatever. Now, as in terms of my cocaine selling, this place I specifically recall bringing my entire stash to work with me every fucking day. So I would have like a bunch of cocaine and a bunch of weed on me every single fucking day I went into this place. And I would, when people texted me, I would just go downstairs and meet them on the street corner and just hook them up and go right back up to my right back out to my desk. I would just leave, take the elevator down, go meet them on the street corner, go right back up to my fucking work for me. Now, I remember one time in my first 2 weeks there, I accidentally dropped my weed stash. It fell out of my pocket on the floor in the middle of the fucking... And there was a girl from Cornwall who worked there too, which is weird. But anyway, so like I dropped like an ounce of weed grammed out on the floor, and then some guy's like, "Whoa, is that yours?" I'm like, "Yep." Whoops. So anyway, yeah. So I would just go down. Yeah, nobody's stole. I was just stupid. Like somebody could have. So, but I remember this. So again, like drug dealers inside of a workplace are like a virus, almost. You know what I mean? Like you go into the workplace and you got the good shit. Because everybody's getting high at work, especially weed, like, you know what I mean? And again, whether it's weed or coke or whatever, these people are now working for you as well. You're in this working place, and you know what I mean? But they're also working for you. So I remember this Russian guy. His name was actually Ruslan, and he fucking he would scam the fuck out of people. He would sign them back up for their fucking shit. He would tell them they were canceled. He would tell them they were canceled, like, oh yeah, but just put them through as re-signed up for the fucking shit. So that, you know what I mean? Like, so he was killing it on the commission, let's just say. So much shady shit going on in fucking telemarketing places. Yeah, no, it wasn't grammed up. I mean, it wasn't suspicious, yeah. So, but that place, like, you know what I mean? Like, the point I'm making is that if you're at your workplace and you're able to make sales while you're working as well and not getting shit for it, like for like leaving your work spot or anything like that, like that's double. Like normally I'd be like, oh, I'm just keeping my shit on me just for like security purposes, just to know where it's at. But yeah, and then fuck. Okay, so then, and when I was working at this place, was when I started to go a little more big time. So what happened was the summer of this year. The summer of that year, my yayo hookup, he was going back to where he was from, not Montreal. And he wanted to leave me with a quarter pound of yayo, which would have been the biggest single amount that I would have held on my own at that time. Flake, okay, like $1,000. So $4,000 for a quarter pound was what he wanted to charge, but he wanted $2K up front. So I got a partner on it. And that was that was the Egyptian guy. That's when he rolled in. So he put up the money. And we had this deal split. So I was stupid of me, but I would split the profit on whatever. So anyway, that didn't, he didn't lose money, but he didn't make that much. And he ended up grabbing a whole bunch of cocaine off me for free. And I did a whole bunch of cocaine off that and fucking whatever. But anyway, I ended up paying him back. Before I paid him back, whenever it was around this time, this is my most shameful moment. It was somewhere around this time, whenever the fucking World Cup was around this time. So I think it was in the summer of 2006. It was when France was in the finals and Zidane fucking headbutted that dude. Anyway, and there was a UFC that weekend. I believe it was fucking Anderson Silva against Rich Franklin 2, maybe? You guys should check out my dates on that. If Rich Franklin and Anderson Silva was on the same weekend as the fucking finals of the fucking World Cup. Anyway, I fucking fucked up large. I was that whole week I was playing online poker. I was up $2,000. Coker. It was fucking coker. And then that weekend I thought I had like this date. Anyway, I told her to go home after the fucking UFC, and I fucking went to go play fucking online poker more and win more money. I ended up going on the worst run of my life, and I lost $5,000 in one fucking day over like a little over a 24-hour period of straight coking, straight drinking, straight cracking, and playing poker, and like $200 buy-ins each fucking time. June 2007? Okay. June to July. Yeah. Okay, so my dates must have been off here. But anyway, on the Sunday, I ended up, I didn't want to keep playing in my apartment, so I ended up going to an internet cafe to play on my fucking party poker. And I just kept losing. That created a big problem. Okay, so the money I lost was not my own. It was of that business partner, the Egyptian guy, who fronted the cash to pay Buddy. So anyway, for the yayo. So what I spent actually was money to pay off the rest of the yayo. So anyway, it was a bad situation, and I owned up to it right away. But he covered me, and so I think I owed him $3,000. And then he started charging me like $800 a week interest, or $400 a week interest, or something like that. Was it 800 or 400? I think it was 400. I think it was $400 a week interest on what I borrowed from him to pay off the other guy. So that bankrupted me. Yeah, he choked me out too. He choked me. He didn't choke me out. He choked me when I told him about it. I just took it. Yeah, I can't remember if it was 800 or 400. I think it was 800. Yeah. I think he was trying to motivate me. Actually, I was it. Wait. No. It was 400. I apologize, Colby. It was $400 a week. Yes, it was $400 a week. On like $3,000 I owed him. Okay, so then what happened? Was I couldn't. Well, what happened was I couldn't afford that. I kept hustling. I couldn't afford it, and then I borrowed the money, the $3,000, from another friend, from a local friend, and he started charging me $200 a week interest. He lent me the $3,000 at $200 a week, so half of what I was paying prior. And I was like, yes, I can afford this. However, I didn't pay him back for a year. So 52 weeks times $200 is $10,000. So I paid $10,000 interest on a $3,000 loan, not including the interest I paid to the other guy at $400. I lasted about 2 months. So that's when I moved back to Cornwall. Yeah. So I moved back to Cornwall. I moved back to Cornwall here. Okay. But this is while I was paying off that debt. To the new loan shark. Again, these dates must be off. I don't know. Yeah. So and now I came back though, and I was hustling like mad because the thing is, throughout all of this, okay, I may have annoyed my business partners who were like fronting me shit and putting money into me to run the shit and whatever. I did not annoy the source of the cocaine, which is the most important person not to annoy. As far as he was concerned, my credit was fucking great. So what happened after that is he was willing to front me quarter pounds, no problem, like on my name. Once I paid off that first one, no problem. I mean, there was problems, but to him, there was no problem. Then he was willing to front me fucking. So I moved back to Cornwall. Now, this shit was rocket fuel. This shit was literal rocket fuel compared to what was going on in Cornwall, Ontario at that time. There was guys cutting shit with creatine at the time. There was guys their half grams started becoming 0.3s at this time. And I'm like 0.5 or more, in between 0.5 and 0.6 for $40. And rocket fuel, shine, fucking, you know what I'm saying? Acetone, you know what I'm saying? I didn't have a problem when I moved back to Cornwall establishing my new business, and people larger than me also wanted the product as well. So I began middling a little bit of quantity, we'll say, from between them. Because I was stupid, man. I was stupid. And by the way, this Montreal is when I started smoking crack. When I really started smoking crack. I would freebase foilies. That was my favorite thing to do on aluminum foil. One of my roommates thought I was smoking heroin, and a rumor got back to me that I was doing heroin. But I never did heroin. So I was like, weird. E-turn, yeah, the cocaine effect, cocaine shits. So I moved back to Cornwall and I go back to my old telemarketing place and I start working there. And I'm living on my own here. I think I stayed at my parents' house a little bit. I did a midnight move. From my house in Montreal. I was selling MDMA as well in Montreal. That was, and I was able to bring that back into Cornwall as well. I was a bad boy. So I come back to Cornwall and I'm paying $200 a week. $200 a week interest on a $3,000 loan, working a $15,000 a year job at this telemarketing place, 15 to 20,000, and selling mad yayo. I remember I was and I came back down and I experimented cutting my stuff with cornstarch. Was the first cutting agent I used when I got back to town. I forgot what I used before. It was some kind of sugar, but then I started going to icing sugar. The cornstarch didn't, like, there was crackheads, right? Like, crackheads are your money, but anyway. Freebase, yeah. So anyways, I moved back to town and I got into, like, my first real ringer from crack happened when I moved back. It was like right around this time, like 2000, 2007. Like right around then. So, and I remember it. I was like, whoa. I was like floating, you know what I mean? And that whole thing about my buddy dying and me quitting, and the place that happened on wait. Oh no, I didn't even include the other thing. Weird. Huh. Weird. That must have been the first one then. Okay. So anyway, finally, after paying that debt for a year. Okay, so now we're into like 2007 probably. Yeah. I asked my parents to help me out. I'm like, yo, can you pay off this debt for me? And they did. So my parents helped me out. So once that happened, I'm like, okay, I got all my coke debts paid off. I'm a new man. Let's everything paid off. I don't have to pay any weekly $200, $400 interest. I'm good to go. I don't need this cocaine shit. It's fucked my life up. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm getting out of Cornwall. I'm like, I'm starting fresh. So I moved to Ottawa. Around, I think it was September or October of 2007, it says on here, but that might be 2008. I don't know, whatever, fuck. So, 2007. Moved to Ottawa with my sister. Okay. Now, my sister. Okay. She used to come get coke off me. But she would always say it was for a friend. Okay? Always. Every single time she said it was for a friend. It was frequent enough. Until the day I decided to call her out on it. And this is before I moved in with her, okay? So earlier in that year, after a bunch of times of her coming, she's my older sister, like 8 years older than me. Technically my half sister. She's from my mom's previous marriage, so she's not full sister, but half blood. So this one day, she comes by coke off me, but she decides to chill with me. I hook her up. She goes to the bathroom. She comes back. And I say, can you show me the cocaine that I just gave it to you? I'd like to reweigh it, please. She says, why? I'm like, because I think you are doing the cocaine and you say that it is for your friends. And she did not let me weigh it out. And at that point, she admitted to doing the cocaine. I was telling her. Now, that was a problem for me because she was buying it frequently. Okay. I didn't like the idea of hooking my sister up with drugs. Okay. So I didn't hook her up after that. However, so after I pay off this debt, I decide to move in with my sister. I'm starting my new life in my new city. And my old hookup says, you want to take 10 grams with you? Want to take a 10-pack with you? And here, pay me whenever, bud. Kind of deal. And I was like, okay. Biggest mistake of this new venture was bringing up that first 10 grams. Why 10? That was just how he did it. 10 packs. Easier. He did 10 packs for $5 of repress. So like 50% max. Yeah. Now, I didn't realize my sister had a cocaine problem, okay? I didn't realize it, but she had a fucking cocaine problem, which, unfortunate. So, I think the 10-pack lasted, like, I got up there and I moved in. And I was already to the bathroom every once in a while, and she knew what was up. So it did not take long for the 10-pack to come out and start being shared between the two of us, and that led to a whole fucking problem. And I got back to my old habits of finding people who did cocaine and hooking them up with cocaine and doing my cocaine for free. And she turned out to be the biggest customer of mine. So, government job, federal government job with Canadian Food Inspection Agencies. So, I got a job at MBNA Bank, MasterCard. I don't know if you've heard of it. So, MBNA, I got a sales position with them. Pretty decent job, like decent pay, like 30 grand a year or something like that to start. But what I did was I sold balance transfers off of credit cards. So one of the features, most credit cards have them now, but one of the features, I was just picking up some weed. One of the features of the MBNA MasterCard was that you could do a balance transfer. So you could use your credit card to pay off another credit card, or you could use these balance transfers as a cash advance as well. So basically my job was calling people and trying to get them to max out their credit cards by paying off another card or whatever, or just doing it as a cash balance transfer. So I did okay at it. And then Bank of America bought MBNA, and I became an employee of Bank of America, doing the same thing. But I did pretty well. I sold $6 million worth of them in my first 6 months, which is decent. I ended up getting promoted to a second level team as well, which was kind of cool. But during this time was like personal cocaine problems, you know what I mean? Like, so first I was living with my sister, and then she stopped paying her rent. So she got evicted. So she stopped answering her phone from her landlord, and she lived in like a nice area. Like she had like this fucking little condo loft fucking thing. I don't know, whatever, but it was like Westboro of Ottawa, which is pretty like decent enough rent. Like, you know what I'm saying? And did I do meth on the job or what? Obviously. I wasn't doing meth at this point. This is my prior to 2007, I only had 2 meth stages in my life. And yes, the first meth phase was in high school, and the second meth phase I was at a place called StarTech, and I was working for AT&T, doing AT&T wireless customer service, and I was on meth. Absolutely, I was like, yeah. I was still eating and stuff though. I was hooking people up with meth as well. I was selling it as well to support my habit. I really, my budget on drugs has never been that high because I was always getting extra. So then what happened? So the first 2 or 3 months when I moved to Ottawa, so I think it was September of 2007 I moved, and I got hired in November of 2007. So the first 2 months, and then the third month, I believe, was when we got evicted. Now this was funny because my sister stopped answering the phone calls from the landlord, and so I don't recall if this was before I got hired or if this was just on a weekend or whatever, but I was up late the night before smoking crack. And I just went to bed at some point. And I wake up to the landlord entering the premises. And I recall my crack setup right in front of the door, like right in front of the doorway where we walked in. There was a couch, and I was sitting there and doing my crack. So baking soda spoon, that type of shit. And however, I was completely naked in bed. So when I saw this guy, I jumped out of bed and I was just standing there completely naked looking at him. I said, "Hey, what are you doing?" He said, "I'm looking for your sister." I said, "She's not here." He said, "Have her call me." I said, "Will do." Yeah, so I don't think that was a good look for my sister. For my sister, personally. Well, I didn't give a fuck. So, cocaine credit card phases. A live journal, no. Yeah. So, oh yeah, and like with my credit and shit and all that stuff back then, like, okay, so like before, when I got in all that debt, like the first thing I did after I lost that money, like I said in Montreal on the crack smoking and like in the weekend or whatever, poker, $5,000 one day. The first thing I did is I went to my bank to see if I could extend my credit, to see if I could borrow it from them to pay the people off, and they wouldn't extend my credit. So I never contacted them again. I changed my phone number. I moved, and I never heard from them ever again. Ever. I owed them like $5,000 on a credit line or something like that. And $1,000, that was Royal Bank of Canada, and $1,000 on a credit card, or $2,000 or something. Never heard from them again. They never had a way to get a hold of me. So anyway, that obviously got written off. What up, ZoBZ? Did I have a place where you get like cheap weed from like Mexicans? No. Did Intelligence make Intelligence? Oh shit. Intelligence. That is vaguely ringing a bell. That's some AT&T system, isn't it? Oh shit. Oh shit, Colby. Yeah, and then Singular. We were Singular after a little while too. So anyway, so with my sister got evicted from her fucking place, and then she decides that does Canada have a statute of limitations on credit cards 7 years? Yeah, on unsecured debt on your credit report. You can't hold any negative data longer than 7 years. Now that does not mean you don't still owe the money to whoever, but it's just not in your credit report. They can still come after you, or they could sue you, or they could do whatever. But these banks? Okay, and this is like now knowledge from working side, but the banks don't give a shit about $5,000. They do not. So it's like, fuck, whatever. They write it off to a collection agency. They get pennies on the dollar, and then they write that off as an expense, as a business loss, and it goes against their taxes. That's the way it works. Yeah, exactly. They make a little bit back from the collection agency, but and fuck. A collection agency called me one time when I was on ecstasy, and this was like 2009 or some shit. They caught me. It wasn't about that Royal Bank shit though. Okay, well, it fits in with this story. So I'm in Ottawa. So this is my first venture in Ottawa. I live with my sister, and I find out she's a raging cokehead worse than I am. Okay, except she's not hustling it. She's pure blown coming out of her pocket expenses, because that's really the worst thing about cocaine. Just so anybody knows, is the financial cost of it. The health problems with it, like maybe a fucking deviated septum, maybe. Other than that, like, unless you do a lot of it at once, like, other than that, it's not too bad. You know what I mean? Like, but it's how much it costs is the fucking problem. So, like, not surprisingly, most of the customers I've had as a cokehead, they all almost had good jobs. You know what I mean? You don't really want to. The ones without jobs, those you don't know where their money's coming from. They caught me? No. Is it on my credit? I'll show you my credit report too if you want after we're done this. I got no credit. No credit. I got nothing. This shit's like years. This is just like 20 years ago. There's nothing. So at a point, so I waited 7 years. I waited 7 years, like, on my credit report. Like, I knew I wasn't good for any. But anyway, so I'm working at Bank of America. I'm crackhead. I'm living in Ottawa. So I had a decent job. I didn't actually need to hustle. I didn't actually need to hustle the cocaine, but I did. I had a couple of people, but I didn't really need to. My job could support the habit. So my sister gets evicted. She has the bright idea to see if her and I can move in with her, like, straight up government employee, like coworker, like normie, straight edge female friend. Okay. Now me, I'm open about my shit. I don't hide my addictions. I don't hide my fucking habits. I don't do things to like hide from it. You know what I mean? My sister does, you know, because she could get fired and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? From her federal government job, and she's a mad cokehead. So we move in with her friend, and I just feel obligated to let this woman know what kind of person she's living with, as in me, not as in my sister, as in me. So I tell my sister that I'm going to tell her, and I tell this new girl who just met me that, like, I just wanted to let you know that I do cocaine, and I do it regularly, and blee blee blee, and there'll probably be cocaine in your house that you've just invited me into, because I don't. Your house is your fucking is your safe place. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to feel ashamed. That's cocaine hell right there. That's cokehead hell right there. If you have to live in your home and hide from your fucking cocaine addiction, like, that's like ultra paranoid. Like, you don't even have to look out your fucking windows and your fucking shades or everything. You just got to look out your fucking door to see if your roommate's fucking listening to you snort some fucking rails back. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not a good environment for the Zen. You know what I'm saying? So and you know what I mean? Like, yeah, by the way, you're, you know, I don't know, maybe if there ever was a raid in here or whatever, you might have some accountability, you know, just to let you know there, you know. So I told her, and she promptly told me that she was not comfortable with me living in her house, which promptly led me to moving out. So I had to pull in some favors. I ended up moving in a nicer place, actually, with a wacko motherfucker. Okay, a wacko motherfucker. I'd love to say his name. Fuck, I can't say his name. But this guy. Okay, so I moved in with this guy, and he was like fresh out of a divorce. And he was a literal multi-millionaire, like multi-venue restaurant owner, hotspot owner in Ottawa. And he lost his entire riches due to crack cocaine. Okay. So I move in with this guy after he's like, he got off the cocaine, ruined his life, and then he started building it back. Okay. And he was like, him and his wife were all good and whatever, but then his wife left him. And so he had vacancy in his house, which is a nice place in Nepean, which is west of Ottawa. No, this is all 2007, Bobby Frop. This is 2007, 2008, yo. This is just where I come from. I can't afford cocaine anymore. I only do free cocaine now. So I move in with this guy. And this motherfucker's a crackhead. Straight up and down. Now, he owned his own business. He was like a contractor, and he would get decent jobs, but he wasn't like doing shit. He was like hiring a team. So, but he'd go around to his different jobs and be smoking. But anyway, this guy would fucking, I've told this before as well, but he was like Jekyll and Hyde. He was Jekyll and Hyde. He would come home, he'd be like all good, like with his hair down. And then he'd go in the bathroom and smoke some crack. And then his hair would be all wild, and fucking he'd be totally, completely changed. I think his wife was there for a little bit. But anyway, I lived in their basement. I had a bedroom in their basement, and we just basically shared a kitchen. So I lived there for a while. I think I stiffed them on the last month's rent or something, but now, during this phase in Ottawa, it could more aptly be called the payday loan phase of MC Frosty. This is where I mastered the art of borrowing money to pay off other loans. Oh, I was so good at that. I was real good at that. Oh, geez, was right. So, we start off the Money Mart. And for those who don't know, for those who've never taken a payday loan, the way this works is you have to have a job. You have to have a regular paycheck. You have to have a bank account. And they would front you. They would advance you X percentage of your next paycheck or of whatever your last paycheck was. So I worked in a place with commission, and our commission was paid out on the second paycheck of every month. We were paid every 2 weeks, and we got our commission check on the second one. So our second one was always bigger than our first one. So I was getting $1,800 checks sometimes. Sometimes it was $1,200, sometimes it was $1,800. And they would loan you up to 60% or something. So I could get $1,000 off of an $1,800 check or whatever. Payday loans are a vicious cycle. You're right. So, but what you do is you cut them a check, a post-dated check for your next payday, with the amount on it. So they cash your check on the date of your payday. So, what I would do is I would do that from one. And then if I wanted more cash, I would just go to another one. If I want more, I would go to another one. Or if I didn't have quite enough to pay off the one, I would go take a payday loan to pay off that one. Blah, blah, blah. So sometimes I would have 3 or 4 going at the same time. And some of them were from the internet, and some of them were live. There was the cash store, there was Money Mart, there was another one, I forget. Anyway, so what I did, now, when you write them your check back, there's they would call it a check cashing fee, is what they called it. Now, they can't really call it interest because in Canada, the legal limit on annual interest is 60%. And these fees were much, much on an APR basis, were in the thousands of percentiles. So, yeah, man. It was just money, man. It was just money. I was borrowing for my drug habit. Yeah. Borrowing for my gambling habit. I was gambling online poker. I was just a general degenerate. But cocaine was at the root. Cocaine was at the root of it. Easily. Crack cocaine. Foilies. Lots of foilies. Well, they're not bad memories, Canadists. I'm letting you guys know a little bit who I am. You know what I mean? We had new subscribers. We had new subscribers the last little while. I do this every once in a while. I got my resume going right here. Got my resume going right here. So right now we're in the Ottawa phase of my life, okay? And I was saying, this was payday loan phase as well. This was not a supreme hustling phase. I wasn't selling that much. I was doing enough, but I had a decent enough job and low enough rent, and I could just enjoy myself. And I don't know, I don't know why I would get payday loans, but I just got trapped in it. So what happened was, at some point, I knew I wasn't going to be able to pay the payday loan from Money Mart back. Okay? But I called them first and I told them this. And I expected, like, it was going to be a couple days or something that I wasn't going to be able to pay them back for some reason, whatever the reason was. Maybe I had a sick day or whatever. I don't know, whatever. I was able to pay them just a few days later, but not on the day of the fucking thing. And I told them this. And I was like, can you hold off on cashing that check, please? And they said, no, we cannot. Now, what this incurred was an NSF from my bank and an NSF from them. So that was like $80 extra that fucking, because they just wouldn't hold off on a fucking check cashing. I was like, I'll pay your NSF fee, okay? I was like, I'll pay yours, but I just don't go to my bank because I'm going to get an NSF from them. And you know what I mean? I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to make it. No, they wouldn't. So at this point, I said, fuck you. Fuck you. And I figured they were all like that. So I gave my 1 month's notice at my work. Okay. At Bank of America. All right. I then waited for my commission check, which was bigger. Okay. And I specifically recall working overtime on this fucking check and making sure I had a even larger than usual commission check on this fucking one. And I took a fucking payday loan from all of them. As many as I could. Like, as many as the ones that I had been dealing with. And my next step was to start a new bank account at a new bank and get my work to put my final paychecks into the new bank account, which was not hard at all. And then I moved and said, fuck you. So I got like 3 or 4K out of that. Then, within like a year or two, all of these companies, actually maybe just Money Mart, were getting class action lawsuits because the interest rates of what they were charging were illegal. And I will also say that I didn't take the companies more for any of the interest or any of the fees that I'd paid from them, that I'd paid to them prior. So you know what I'm saying? Like, their interaction with me was actually still on a positive from them. They actually made money off of me, each and every company. It was not a loss to them. That's all I'll say. So it wasn't, but I took them for that last one. I actually partied one night. I went to a bar and my payday loan chick was there. I bought her a drink. How is crack high? Okay, so I don't want to glamorize it. Okay. Your first time cracking it, pretty damn good. Maybe your second time too. After that though, man, you gotta do a lot, and it's like, and I don't know. I don't like doing a lot of crack anymore. It fucks me up. If I puke sometimes too, but like, you get these ringers. It's like your ears fucking like, just start ringing, and you kind of like, I've had like a floating feeling, you know what I mean? And that's cool. It doesn't last very long, but that's what you're chasing. Every other time after that that's what you're chasing, and you rarely get it. Oh, Kyle Hittinger, what am I doing tonight? I'm drinking Disaronno Originale. We're just chilling. We had a long 2 weeks. I pushed myself those last 2 weeks, but I'm happy with the output that we had. I made 2 songs. I streamed 100 hours, including Danny Prism's podcast. We got 6,000 views on the fucking Frostcast that entire 24 hours. We pissed off Ski Mask. It was a good fucking 2 weeks, but I didn't moderate my stimulant usage, to tell you the truth. I went a few days like in succession there that I really shouldn't have. Because the truth is, guys, as a responsible stimulant user, okay, like I use them primarily functionally, okay? So it is so that I have energy to go to entertain you guys. You know, like I'm honestly, I'm happy with those Frostcast guys, because there is not a lot of dead air at really at all during that entire 24-hour period. It's fucking But again, and I was up like 6 hours at least before that. But anyway. Yeah, freebase crack is not productive. No, crack is not productive. No. It's about the quality of the stuff you're doing too, but yeah, freebase. Like again, like I don't know. Like I probably have like bubble shit in my fucking lungs because of all the aluminum that I fucking inhaled in my life. But thank you, LaFabulous. I think we're getting better. I'll give thanks to Gamble for always showing up and bringing the content. That particular episode was fucking great with Just Jen and Bobby Dillon coming in and giving us some fresh info. That was great for me personally because I hadn't interacted with her in a while because she was locked up with Ski Mask or whatever. But it was great to interact with her. God, your shroom streams are awesome. Thank you. So that's the thing that I'm noticing, guys. That's one thing that I'm noticing in my analytic review here, guys. Okay, so like the Frostcasts are good. They're good. For views and for subscribers, they're great. And I don't mind going in that direction, but I'd like to just make them a little I want to respect what Attila is doing. I don't want to compete at all with that. But I want to go like just a little different direction. I mean, like fuck, if I could somehow manage like to get people on who actually are breaking some news on it. Like most people break their news on their own streams and shit. Like like that was the button. Like I don't know. And then secondly, what brings the most views are these streams where I'm getting all fucked up. I can't, guys. I can't get fucked up all the time. I wish I could. But I can't. I'm getting old. Okay, so like that's why I had to take the last few days off of like everything almost. I did watch Gamble streams, obviously, but I fucking. I was like emotionally and physically depleted for the last few days, and I was just like, oh, like it's come down. So, like I was saying, responsible stimulant use, you should take a day off after you do it. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't keep going because that just makes it worse in the end. It makes it worse off for you in the fucking end. And a real addict would have just kept going from there. A real addict would have just kept going from there. Done more, just keep going and going and going. But I have to actually stop at certain points and take a little breather. You know what I'm saying? Oh. You have no idea how people get addicted to crack, but meth makes so much more sense. Cleaning. See, VLXT. I don't know how people get addicted to meth. I'm the opposite. I'm the opposite of that. It's not the cleaning fucking talk. It's not. Yeah, you get more done on meth, okay, and it's cheaper, okay, but it's like, to me, the side effects of meth are like okay. So like again, like. Meth is just, I can see how people are addicted. I don't know, because you can do meth every day and it just doesn't affect you. It just affects you, like it stabilizes. Eventually, it stabilizes you, and it gets you like through the day or whatever. But crack, man, crack is fucking addictive, man. Like, it's like it's like Tetris. It's like just one more. You take a fucking meth hit and you're fucking usually, unless you're, you know what I mean, you're doing a lot of it, you're usually good for a few hours, I would say, off of like a good fucking haul. Like at least an hour or two off of a good fucking rip off the fucking bubble or where the stem or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. You know what I mean? But crack, you're like every 15 minutes, you're like, if there's more crack there, you're smoking it, man. And it's like, crack fucking fucks with your judgment, dude. Crack like crack's like, I don't need my rent money anymore. Oh, I don't need my rent money anymore. Everything, I'll be okay. I've never felt that way off of meth. You know what I mean? Like meth, I've been like, oh shit, I'm shriveling to death. I weigh 140 pounds, or I weigh, like, you know what I mean? Like I haven't, like, is that me in the mirror, or is that like fucking? But no, crack will kill you because somebody else is gonna beat your ass. You know what I mean? Like that's what crack does. Crawl around the floor, carpet farming. Yeah, absolutely. Or checking the windows. But I've seen people on meth too, just check the windows like crazy too. Yeah, crack, checking the windows, peeking behind the corners. But yeah, meth too. You know, it's both. Yeah. I really need my car. And it gets worse than that. But if you do enough meth, I believe it will get to that point. The high will not affect you. Like the high you get will be 10 minutes, or the high you get will be 15 minutes. That's what I believe that extreme meth use gets to, and I've never been there. I've been like, I am not healthy right now. I cannot continue this, or fortunately, my link dried up. Yeah, man. Yeah, of course. It's so sloppy. You're all, you know, you got the spoon and it's all fucking, you dropping shit everywhere. See, I always had a job while I was hustling. All right. So it was like, and my guys knew never to fucking hook me up with more than I could pay with my paychecks. You know what I mean? As you do with anybody, you should be doing with anybody that you're fronting to, you know? Anyway, so needless to say, this Ottawa experience started out with me moving in with my sister, finding out that she was a fucking extreme coke addict. And by the way, before I moved out with her, I got her help. I pushed her into NA and help, and she actually became sober. I think she's still sober from that experience. So I helped my sister. I spurred her recovery into sobriety. Just so you know. It will, though. You know it, man. Oh, the flavors that the carpet holds. There's only one way to find out, too. Salt and vinegar, bro. Salt and vinegar fucking... Smoking salt and vinegar chips off your fucking can, bro. That's fucking memories, dude. Shit. Everybody's so nice to the guy with crack too. Like all the crackheads, if you don't got crack, you are super nice to that guy cooking up that crack. You are his best fucking friend. You don't talk. He's just the one talking. You just listen. All you gotta do is listen and agree with that motherfucker, and he'll hook you up with your rocks. Okay, so just look at Stop Speeding, what meth did to him. Okay, so Kyle Hettinger, first rule of Meth Club is don't blame the meth. Don't blame the meth, okay? I am a fervent practitioner of moderation, okay? Moderation is the key to enjoying all kinds of bad things, okay? As long as you can moderate it in bad things or whatever, luxuries or vices or whatever. And like, it's not just moderation, because these substances are programmed to be abused, right? So it really, you know what I'm saying? Like, the question is, why are you doing these substances? Why are you doing these substances? Recreationally, doing substances recreationally is a lot harder to get off of them. I don't know, man. When I do my stimulants, dudes, it's so I can stay the fuck awake. That's it. That's really it. Maybe to you know what I mean? That's a functional use. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe it's a little bit for the way I act on them, but except for weed, no. Weed should be in moderation as well in my life. I can't speak for other people's lives, to tell you the truth. Some people live very well living in excess. You know what I mean? Some people aren't here, like, whatever. I don't know. For me, a balanced, moderated lifestyle is the best. And I'm not saying that I live that way. I'm not saying that I am successful in that. But for substances, like, you know what I mean? Like, I had to balance like if I would have came on streaming any time in the last 3 days, it would have been like unenergetic, fucking, what's that word? Grivel? Is that, it would have been just garbage. Like, I wouldn't embarrass myself like that. By the way, I got to learn a couple songs to perform them. I'd like to perform not tonight, but at some point I'd like to perform that love song, Wrap Yourself Around Me. And also I would like to perform Head from Dread at some point. Drivel. Thank you. Drivel. Yes. Yeah. I don't know. I like stimulants, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. The heart is how long is this thing supposed to last? Like, I just gotta be careful. I'm old. Last week, I felt some palpitations at some point. Okay, I went a little too hard last week, but I don't know what caused the palpitations. It could have been the tacos. I don't know. Is weed legal in Canada? Yes, it is. Too much weed will turn you into schema husky. I've fallen into the too much weed trap this year. Okay. So let's go back to the history of Frosty here. So, all right. So Ottawa. So I started off there, moving with my sister. Cokehead got her fucking, whatever, and then ended up I moved in with a crackhead, and then I fucking left like $3,000 richer, $3 to $4,000 richer because of the fucking scam. Because I scammed the fucking scammers. I scam the scammers, guys. I scam the payday loan companies. Be a kind human. What up? Could have been the feels. Give me the heart palpitations. I don't know about that. I wrote specifically the heart palpitations I'm thinking of were from Danny Prism's stream, and it was right at the end, and I had to leave. My eyes were like bulging out of my head, and I had to leave. And then I fucking puked the rest of that day. Well, I don't know. Anyway, so 2008, I come back to Cornwall. And maybe this was when my buddy died or whatever. I don't fucking know. No, it wasn't. This is where I met okay. So I moved back to Cornwall, and this is where I met my baby mama. I knew her prior, vaguely. Okay. Now I come back to Cornwall, and I re-hook up with my old buddy from Montreal who had the rocket fuel cocaine. So I come back to Cornwall, and I get my own place, and I specifically remember being really depressed. At that point, I was fucking depressed as fuck. I was like, fuck, I gotta get a job. And I was also like, I need to get a girlfriend. So, I get hired at this place, Teleperformance, which was the same place as the one in Montreal where I was working, where we were contracted by Bell selling their business internet. So here they were doing Bell customer service. So satellite service. So my future baby mama was my trainer when I got hired here. So I got hired here. She's my trainer. And I was also selling cocaine, which is my reputation. So anyway, so this is what I recall. Doing cocaine as well. When I say I'm selling cocaine, I'm selling it because I'm doing it. So I fucking. Oh, thank you. Oh, no problem. See, thank you. Be a kind human. I like to get out my resume and get the history of me out, so just people have a better idea of what's going on, I guess. But yeah, I don't know if you probably hadn't caught it before, so I'm happy to let you guys know what's up or what used to be up or whatever. So anyway, so I'm working there. So she breaks up with her boyfriend. Like within the first 2 weeks of me being there, okay? And so one of the first things I did, and I'm like attracted to her. I'm attracted to her like a motherfucker. So one of the first things I do is I organize a little drinking night after a shift at a bar. And I invite her. She comes and whatever. It was just very casual or whatever. Then something weird happened. So there was a pancake breakfast. And I'm in line. And I see her. I ask her if she wants to come and step in line with me. And I had the craziest feeling of deja vu. Okay. I get this very seldomly. Okay. But it was like I had this vision in a dream. Like it was nothing crazy, but it was just like she was there. And it was like 6 months prior, let's just say. And at the time, and I wasn't even living in Cornwall when I had this dream. And I was like, whoa, this is weird. This dream. I remember saying this dream is weird. I'm not even in Cornwall. You know what I mean? Like, why am I having this dream with these people? Like, but I knew her from prior and stuff. Anyway, so it was a pancake breakfast and fucking I have this thing. And so it was like, okay, this is weird. This is my future baby mama, okay, that I have this deja vu with. So within a couple of days, I ask her if she needs some cocaine, if she wants to party at work. I mean, like, I'm not party at work, but at work, I'm like, you need some cocaine. And the call comes. Eventually, the call comes. Well, not for her, for someone she knew. So from there, then we hung out. Then from there, so she knew, and when I met and I hooked up and everything was cool. And then from there, it was like, oh, do you want to hang out? So then we would get together. We would hang out after work. And we'd do a bunch of cocaine. It was like 8 balls going out. And then probably 3 nights of that happening. By the third one, she's like, "Oh, I wanted you to kiss me when you left last night," and I recalled it. And then I whopped her ass at Scrabble that night. I specifically remember. And then we did cocaine and ended up hooking up that night, and became boyfriend and girlfriend afterwards. What up, Jeep Knowles? Shit. Deja vu and menage a trois. A menage a trois is a 3-way. And deja vu is something you've seen before. Cocaine relationships don't work. Yeah. So you're right. You're right, Farmer. They don't work. And okay, so that was 2008. Okay. So by so it was 2008, and then so we got together, let's say October of that year. When we first hooked up was October of 2008. I think we decided to, like, actually, I don't even know. Yeah, so it was October. And then we moved in 2009. So I kept my own place that entire time, but we spent most of the time at her place. And I moved in 2009, probably like 7 or 8 months later. And we decided to have a kid. We planned out a kid probably within 2 months of that. And then we had our daughter in June of 2010. Then, so I'd moved back to Cornwall. I quit after we hooked up. After we started going out, I was like, I don't want to work. I again don't want to work at the same place with my girlfriend. So I decided to quit. I decided to go back to my old place of business, Beauty Rock. Go back to telemarketing. So February 2009, for 2 months, I went back, and then they promoted me to a team leader, assistant supervisor. So that was a position I held for 5 years. Yeah, that's longer than my relationship lasted with the baby mama. Controversial opinion. Coke sex is low key trash. I enjoy Coke. I enjoy fucking on Coke personally. It doesn't really matter to me whether the girl is also high on Coke or not. So, but as long as they're okay with me being on Coke, then usually it's good sex. What up, Skater Die 420? So again, so I go back, I get hired at this place on the phone, and I get back, I get promoted. Okay. In April 2009. In, let's say, like October, November of 2009 is when we conceive. Okay, is when we conceive. September, October, I guess it would be. Okay. My daughter is born in 2010. Now I'm a big time cokehead this entire time. Okay, guys, I need you to understand this. I was doing well in my, we're talking $20,000 a year cocaine habit. Okay, if you at this point, earlier than this, but definitely at this point, this is my peak. I know it sounds bad. But so we broke up when my daughter was a year and a half and old, and I was on cocaine that entire time. I'm a piece of shit. Okay, I'm a piece of shit. Ruin Life Crew, guys. I am Ruin Life Crew. I ruin my own life. She definitely wrapped her legs around me to have the baby. And if the night that I believe that we conceived was true, she was also wearing stockings, like black stockings. You know, the see-through kind of those are sexy. So, and the relationship had its problems, okay, guys. But I decided to stick it through. Thought she'd be a good mom, and my I wanted to give my mom a grandchild, and I thought everything would be good, whatever. But it wasn't. My cocaine addiction was a major factor in every fucking problem that the relationship had. Okay, I really don't recommend being in a relationship if you're addicted to cocaine. Okay, it's not good for anybody. It's not good for you. It's not good for them. You aren't even yourself. Okay, it's not fair to that person to be you know what I mean? It's not a fucking. I learned from that. I learned from that shit. maybe doing like cocaine together recreationally in moderation or whatever, if she's cool, if you go go party, whatever, that's fine. But doing cocaine every single day, all day, every day is not a good way to have a relationship with anybody. That's my 2 cents on the subject. Very selfish. Very selfish. And the truth is, I was like self-medicating. I was like masking. Like I was depressed, man. Like I don't know. But it made me more confident. It made me, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, more energetic, I guess. I don't know. What up, Jimmy? Never been in a relationship where both people do drugs. Oh yeah, we were but kudos to her for quitting all that shit. You know what I mean? Like she quit smoking too, cigarettes. So it was, yeah. I was bad. Yeah. That's a shameful time of my life. Fuck. So what year would that make it that we break up in? We break up so my daughter's born in June of 2010. We break up in February of 2012. February of 2012. So then I move out in my own place, still doing coke. Still hustling. Well, not too many people though. I'm just saying, I wasn't like a big time hustler. Like it was just like a couple people that I knew, and if you got a couple addicts, again, Ruin Life crew guys, I feel bad. Okay, I'm gonna say this again. I've said this before. I feel bad, not for selling coke to people I don't know, but for selling coke to people I know about and I cared about or thought I cared about. You know what I'm saying? Again, it's not cool to have your friends owing you their paychecks. Okay? It's not cool to have your friends begging you for a substance that ruins their fucking life. Okay? And supplying them with the addiction. Okay? Yeah, Jimmy. I do this periodically. I just find it's necessary as the subscribers and the viewers grow. Is that every once in a while? I mean, like people can go back and look at this, but anybody who misses this isn't really going to see it. You know, what I mean, or new subscribers aren't going to. Like, I leave every video up. You know, what I mean, how would you? I'd have to specifically label this. You know what I mean? Fuck that. I'll just go through it again, you know? But yeah, I'm honest about my shit. I don't give a fuck, dude. It's not like I'm proud of all this, okay, guys? Don't, you know what I mean? Don't go selling drugs and shit like that. But, you know what I mean? Like, I did not give a fuck. I did not give a fuck in my 20s. When I had my daughter, that changed shit, but it was a slow process. It was a very slow process. And like, I, you know what I mean? Because then once you establish stability in this type of activity, then it becomes part of your lifestyle. And while I was snorting 20 grand a year, okay, I was also making enough money plus my job. You know what I'm saying? Like I was not short of money during these time periods. You know what I'm saying? Like I wasn't rich. I've never you know what I mean? I've never been a baller. I've never tried to be a baller, but I was eating fucking poutine every fucking day or pizza or whatever. I was eating well, you know what I'm saying? Like I surprisingly. So we broke up in February of 2012, and that set me on a fucking the worst. So like throughout this period, like owing that $5,000, does coke cause hair loss? No, I don't think so. Have I ever received sexual favors for coke? I have propositioned them, which is the same difference, but no. I propositioned them. I have gotten, I've done drugs with chicks in the hopes that it will lead to sexual favors, and it has, but it you know what I'm saying? But it's not like there was no verbal like I'm giving you this, but it's just like maybe it would have led to it if there wasn't cocaine there as well. You know what I'm saying? But definitely, but no. So. So one time this chick owed me $200 and I knew I wasn't getting it back. I didn't think I was getting it back. And I said, you can just suck my dick for it. And she said no. I think she paid me though. Is my baby mama watching? I assume that she could at any point. I assume there's people out there who know who she is and send her clips. That is the level that I am acting in. That's all I'm saying. Another chick too. Another chick. Owed me money for a long time, and her not paying me fucked me over too, because I was so broke and I needed it, and I like fronted her my last shit, and she didn't fuck me. And I propositioned her. I was like, you can just fuck me to wipe that off. Eventually, I paid it off myself, and it was like eventually, but yeah. But no, I did end up sleeping with her eventually, but it wasn't because of a proposition. Love the chick stories. Yeah. So now, so that's the last time I've had a girlfriend. That's the last time I've had a girlfriend was February of 2012. That was my baby mama. So I recall this. So then I'm going to say October of 2014 is when I had my awakening. Okay. My awakening. So I talk about this occasionally as well. So right before the end of me quitting this job at 2014, and I recall that because quitting the job was part of my awakening. So what happened was I was extremely depressed about like my parental status, about the state of, my relationship with the baby mama, like all this fucking shit, my fucking job. I was in a band called Booze Hound, and like it was just being fucking stupid as well. Singer was fucking around with the money in the band, fucking yelling at me and like all this fucking shit. I was on cocaine and like all this fucking shit, all right? And I had enough. AKA schizo breakdown. No, it wasn't a schizo breakdown. So I went to Canadian Tire. I bought a rope and I came home and I really thought about using it very seriously. But then I decided not to for the simple reason, very simple way of changing my thought processes. I'm actually not on welfare at this exact second, Slick X. I haven't been. We're surviving. We're barely surviving, but I'm prepared to go on welfare at any point I need to. For absolutely. So back then, I had my awakening. Basically, so instead of doing it, instead of doing that, I was like, why don't I give this life thing one more chance? Now, what I was feeling was that there was a lot of negative energy, like just coming towards me, and like I was, and I didn't really think I was allowing it at that point, but that was the conclusion that I came to, is that I was allowing these negative energies into my life. So instead of, I just decided to give this life one more try to make it more pleasant, or make it enjoyable, or make it the way that I want it to be. One more try. So I set standards. I evaluated exactly what the negative energies were that were bothering me. So where they were coming from. So like I said, there was my job, there was my band, there was my baby mama, there was my child was like the only source of brightness I think I could find in life. But then what happened is I decided to, so I evaluated all the situations, what was bothering me, the addictions, the cocaine, the fact that I was like, spending money, and the fact that I was like needing this substance, even the weed, I was a negative energy in my life at that point, because of so anyway, I just did a complete evaluation of my current condition, and I decided to set some goals. Like, what do I want? What's the standards in my life? What do I want to achieve? What do I want to do? Why am I here? How am I, so I did all that shit. And then I stood up to every issue that was fucking bothering me. So I ended up quitting my band. I ended up quitting my job. There was some drama going on because they had, that's a long story, but they had not given me a raise in that entire 5 years. That was a fucking team leader. And then they decided to switch benefits providers, which started costing me $30 more a week for the same coverage that I had, which covered me and my daughter. And I had a really good deal prior to it. It was like $6 a week or some shit. But it wasn't even full time. It was like 30 to 35 hours a week. And I was basically getting like a fucking 10% paycheck cut because of it. So I said, fuck it. They wouldn't negotiate with me. They charged me, and I fucking quit that day. Took them to the labor board because I felt I deserved my severance, and that didn't work out. And then I recorded my MC Frosty demo right in this period. Go frost yourself. In between these two jobs. There wasn't much time. I recorded it, and then I released it in January of 2015. So that's when I got hired at Sigma Point, which was, so I was making like 18 grand a year as a team leader at this beauty rock place, working 30 hours a week. And then I got hired full-time as a tester at this electronics manufacturing place, and I was getting like 31 grand a year right off the bat. So I took my previous employer to the fucking labor board because I felt it's called a constructive dismissal. Like suppose you go into your job and they change a condition of your employment that's unfavorable for you, where it's akin to firing you, such as a pay cut, or it could be as far as like maybe the desk you're sitting in or something, but something that they do that is unfavorable, and you decide to quit in response to it, is considered a constructive dismissal. Is YouTube paying my bills right now? Right now, pretty much the donations are paying my bills. So thank you guys very graciously. I you know what I mean? As far as YouTube, I mean, I guess if you want to consider the donations as YouTube, then yeah. The streaming, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I basically tried to. It was almost like suing my previous employer at Beauty Rock. But I took them to the labor board. But anyways, the first round of it, I lost. They were able to pull some bullshit or whatever, and I was like, okay. But I had already got a job, so I think it was like $5,000 or $6,000 I was trying to get out of them for severance, and I had gotten hired at a job where I was making $13,000 more a year. So I was like, fuck it. I just let it go. I didn't fight it. I was like, fuck it. So then and I liked that job. I could listen to my music. I could listen to music in my headphones. And I was a fucking tester. So all I did was test the finished product, but I had to be quick and I had to be fucking get the results down and whatever. And I had to fucking do all this shit. And I just had to either, if it didn't work, then I would send it to the fucking repair cell. And if otherwise, I would send it shipping. Go or no go. That was my job. So I did that. And it was my first time in any manufacturing or warehouse or anything like that. What up, Sailboy? Try one of those play to earn crypto games. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that stuff. Played Tetris Doge. Whoa. So yeah, so I tested. So the plant Sigma Point, they're still open. I did a good round with them, but so yeah, I got hired as an entry level tester, and during this period, my supervisor got fucking fired. Now I have a feeling they maybe almost hired me for that position, and then they ended up, because I had the previous team leader, assistant supervisor position. I don't fucking know, but I had no experience in manufacturing. They hired me as a tester, which is like the easiest fucking job. But you have to be quick, and you have to be able to do it. And you have to be able to run some software. That's about it, and read it. But tests of what exactly? Tests of finished products that incorporated small surface mount technology. So PCBs boards, like motherboards and stuff like that. Like any electronic device, basically, if you tear it apart, right, it has like a little fucking PCB in it, which is, I don't know exactly what that stands for, but it's surface mount technology. So it's the transistors, like all the electronics for these boards. So we had, I don't even know what the fucking board that I did at the start of that was. I don't remember. But we had a lot of different clients, a lot of different types of products. Printed circuit board, yeah. So I was at the end of the line. I really, at that point, did not need to know anything else that was going on the line, except seeing a fucking finished product in front of me. And I had to test a certain amount. So I had to like plug them into a machine. And like these things had like 8 Ethernet fucking ports on them. So I had to plug each one in on 8 fucking devices at one time, run the software, let it all run. And then if one failed, I had to fucking, maybe retry it or whatever. We had all these processes, and I just had to make sure to follow it. Yeah. So, but it was an easy job. And so that was for one, but then they moved me to ICT, which is in-circuit testing, which is, so before the final product, you want to still make sure your board that you have. So there's previous processes. There's like surface mount technology machines, which put all the little fucking pieces on. There's wave soldering, which is running the board through a machine, which puts like a fucking very thin level of fucking solder over melted metal over the top of the shit, and it like specifically solders on these. I don't even know how the fuck this shit works, right? But then after that, they would have an in-circuit board in-circuit tester, ICT. So I would run it in this other machine, and just like it would come out, and basically it was a bunch of people running a bunch of robots. All right, that's basically what the fucking shit is. So I was just tester. Then the supervisor gets fired, and I apply for the position amongst like 5 other people. Okay, people have been there for like over 10 years. Okay, my buddy working there says he will blow a homeless man if I get that job. Well, MC Frosty motherfucking lands that job. Value stream coordinator. So a value stream is, so in manufacturing, some places follow like lean manufacturing principles, which are like to reduce waste. So a value stream, what we called a value stream was basically the same monthly order from a regular customer that you have to repeat, or a very large order that can be spread out over a long time. And you're basically producing the same stuff every week to go out to that customer. It's just a regular fucking shipment to that customer of whatever products they fucking need. So with a value stream, you're able to like really focus on like processes and reducing the time spent and all this stuff. So in the chain of this company, you have like line worker, okay, which is where I was as a tester, but there's like hand solderers, there's like all this stuff, shipping, there's all these people on the floor. Then you have an assistant, you have they call them a group leader, which is like an assistant supervisor. And then they have supervisor, which is they call a coordinator, which is me. So I skipped above the group leader. She didn't apply for the position for some reason. Okay. It would have been hers. She didn't want it. And this woman had like 13 years of experience on me. So it was just a really weird position for me to be in at first, but I fucking nailed it. And I kept it for like 16 months. This is what I did. I supervised a manufacturing team which produced electronic components comprised of a group leader and multiple equipment operators, testers, inspectors, and packers. Handled attendance and was responsible for maintaining a safe and clean work environment. Held a daily team meeting to keep the team informed and motivated, and also to address any concerns, questions, inquiries. I was also responsible for hitting production quality targets and the coordination of activities related to the overcoming of obstacles which negatively affected production. So I was basically like checking, like monitoring people, timing people, checking people, adjusting the processes, asking them what the better processes were, taking their ideas, testing them, like getting people to test. Oh shit, we didn't make the shipment this week. Why? That was me. So, but that was just how my brain kind of was. So I was also responsible for the standardization of processes and workflows in order to meet customer demand, which included the observation of timing of processes, analysis of time cycle data, and the creation and or modification of standard operating procedure documents. Responsible for activities related to visual management, which included inventory counts, the daily updating of metrics on whiteboards, and the creation of visible indicators to assist the production floor with operations. Also, conducted a daily 15-minute tour of the production floor with related back office employees, supply chain, customer service, engineers, and upper-level management, managers, VP, CEO, to keep them informed, responsible for sending a daily pass-off email at shift end to keep everyone informed, as well as a verbal pass-off walkthrough to the incoming shift coordinator. Participated in a daily 15-minute meeting with my manager, serving as a coach to review specific metrics related to production targets, discuss obstacles, and the actions to overcome them. Performed administrative tasks such as annual employee reviews and disciplinary actions, verbal, written warnings, and terminations. I fired a few people. Fired a few motherfuckers. So, that was a legitimate job. So I got a few raises and stuff, but by the end of it was like 40 grand plus a year. I really enjoyed that job. I was on stimulants. I was on stimulants many a time on that job. It was just such an active brain job. Like, holy fuck. Like, anyway, what was good about that job was that they introduced me to continuous improvement philosophy, specifically Toyota Kata. And this shit, I realized that I had been incorporating some of the factors of improvement, of continuous improvement, in things like playing the guitar, or like even computer programming. You're always trying to like get like just better at, or more efficient, or whatever, but it really resonated with me, just as Satanism did. But it really resonated with me, and it showed me, and it's very fucking simple. But this is pretty much how you get anything done in this world, right here. I'll show you. It's really incredible. Now, I got fired from that job, wrongfully, by the way, but I got fired. And I trolled the fuck out of the motherfuckers which led to me actually getting terminated. However, and I'm pretty sure they enacted different hiring policies because of me. I think. It was like a week-long process. And I tried to work it out with them. Like, how would you handle, I'll ask you guys something. How would you handle a supervisor being wrong, okay? And you showing it to them in black and white, like the proof in black and white, and them still not seeing it? How do you deal with that? Do you just bend over? It's a really long story. Okay, so like I was a hot shot on that value stream. I was a motherfucking hot shot. Okay, I was like the new guy, and I was slaying that fucking job. Okay. So there was this other line that we had. Okay, it was like line 4. I was line 2. They're line 4, and they're called the rogue line. Okay, because they were like fill to order. So like the random customers that fucking come in who like just want like a random fucking circuit board or random fucking whatever, blah, 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 blah. That the shit that can't be planned in like a regular cycle, like that gets shot all into that line. So what happened was, not under my supervision, under somebody else's supervision, under different management, because there was a manager for each line, they went $1 million in fucking backlog on their fucking shit. That's not good. That means customers who were placing an order today weren't getting their shit until $1 million in backlog was fucking filled. And that was like, I mean, it was a lot. So they decided to do a little switch up. So they decided to put my manager on that one and see if she could fucking bring it back. So me being the hot shot and little fucking dipshit, I was like, I want to go with you. I can handle it. I can do it. I can do it. And what ended up happening was it being quite a difficult process. So, a difficult task, let's say. So I did a root cause analysis, a little root cause analysis, and I found out that it was like an equation that the bosses were incorporating that was incorrect from the fundamentals. And they didn't really see it my way, even though I showed it to them. And so I revolted, essentially. I should have gone to college. I've never been for post-secondary education. What I should have done probably is not as much cocaine. I should have banked all that. This is like $100,000 fucking $100,000 fucking deviation in my septum, easily. Wait, what was I gonna show? Oh yeah. But it's okay. All that experience is worth something, guys. You're not going to write songs about it. Okay, here we go, guys. Here is the fucking... Here it is. This is what I learned. This is what all that Sigma Point bullshit was fucking worth. Okay? This is all you really need to know on how to get things. On how to do anything, on how to accomplish anything, okay? This is how you do it, okay? It's not rocket science. First, get the direction or the challenge, otherwise known as a goal, overarching goal, long-term goal, big picture, direction, where you want to go, okay? It's 4 steps here, guys. First step. Get the direction or the challenge. What do you want to do? What's the problem? What do you want to do? What do you want? What's the challenge? What direction you want to go? Where are we taking this? That's it. Okay. 2, grasp the current condition. Where are you in relation to number 1? Okay. How far are you? Oh, I want $1 million, number 1. Let's get this life in the direction of $1 million. Let's do that. Okay, that's what I want to do. Oh, it's a challenge. Grasp the current condition. I have $49 in my bank account. I need $9,999,051. $951, sorry. And okay. So that's number 2. Grasp the current condition or whatever it is in relation to the direction or the challenge. Okay. Number 3. Establish your next target. What up, hate goes here. Establish your next target condition. Okay. You don't have to go for your whole direction or your whole challenge right off the bat. Okay. Don't. I recommend not to. This recommends not to. Just establish your next target condition. Okay. Personally, I'm a slow mover. Okay. I've learned that I'm better at taking baby steps. Being a big ass beta in my fucking life goals. You know what I mean? The tortoise approach. You know what I mean? I take small steps. This is straight up. I take small steps because if I fail at it, it's not a big deal. It's not a big loss. I haven't committed too much as a big step. If you fail the big step, stings. So you got to put in more time and effort and all that shit to that bigger step. But you take a bunch of little steps, you get to that same spot as that big step. Just a little more time. That's what I do. So, first step, get the direction. Second step, where are you in relation to that direction? Grasp your current condition. Third step, establish a short-term goal, your next condition, your baby step, but a result, a measurable result that brings you closer. Okay, it's got to be in the direction of your challenge. Okay, if your challenge is to make $1 million, okay, like I don't know, like what you're like, don't like you shouldn't be establishing a next target condition of like how much money you can spend in a week. You know what I mean? Like, I want to spend $5,000 this week. Like that should not be your next target condition. It should be, I could save $5,000 this week, or whatever it is, whatever you decide. So you establish your third, your target condition, and then fourth, you actually conduct an experiment to get there. You do an action. This is called an action towards your third step. Now, there's a whole process for conducting experiments, okay? We generally know that as the scientific method is one of the best ways to do that, okay? So that requires, like a hypothesis, but first you want to have like, a hypothesis, or like, like, what are you doing here? What's the point of your fucking experiment? Like, what are you trying to do? You want to have an expectation of your result. You want to conduct the experiment. So it's PDCA. It's plan, do, check, act. Plan it out, do it, check it, and act on the results. What if Dixie Norm is? So there, you guys can screenshot that. That is the exact strategy on how to complete anything, okay? Couple factors revolve around this, okay? Persistence. So you repeat 2, 3, and 4 until you get to 1, okay? That's it. It's easy. Just repeat 2, 3, and 4 until you get to 1. Now, you might have to repeat 4 a few times to get to 3. Just saying. Probably will. Doubt all your experiments will go exactly, or doubt all your exact actions will go exactly the way you want them to. Unlikely. What if you have no direction or challenge and you have no reason to improve? Why are you even here? Why are you even asking that? You don't need. What up, Kappa Jonathan? All this for order picking? Oh, that's not order. What? Order picking? Oh, yes, that's the solution. Okay, I need more. All right. Ugh. I need more ice. Oh, I got nuts. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We back. What up, Khalil? Oh, I didn't get my nuts. Oh, we got some roasted salted jumbo peanuts, guys. So, I think we're getting a little drunk. There we go, guys. I think this is glass number 3 or 4 or something. It's half the bottle. Fake drunk. Yummy. Well, excuse me. Okay, so where was I in my never-ending story of MC Frosty? Oh yeah, so Sigma Point Technologies, they taught me the art of continuous improvement. Okay, and now this is something. Now, also, just to point out here, guys, when I had my awakening, I also quit cocaine for like a daily habit. You know what I'm saying? I quit for a while. There was a period that I quit weed for a while. Those were negative energies, causing negative energies in my life. Cheers, by the way, guys. So, during this time, I was in some bands. But anyways, I got fired in 2016. And at that point, I said to myself, I'm not gonna work for anyone again. It will be just me. But I got wrongfully terminated. It was a good deal. I got it. So the unemployment I got, okay, from taking that job and getting fired after getting like at a point that was like 40 grand a year. The unemployment I got was more than my previous job as an assistant supervisor. So I got an additional 10 months of pay of government money. Like, I mean, I guess it's insurance, but whatever. Paid for that shit, I guess. But from quitting the first job because of that benefits thing, I made the right decision there. I got a better paying job. And then even when I got fired from that job, I was making more money than I was at the other job. So that worked out. And then that gave me the time to kind of figure out what I wanted to do. And then by 2018, I fucking decided that I would fucking give MC Frosty a try. Committed. But I just, at the start, I funded it by selling weed. Whatever. It was a gray area. They announced it was going to be legal, and I didn't know what the fuck was up, so I just decided to fucking go back into it and fucking... Me. I declared my income. Crazy. You don't fuck with the tax man, you know what I'm saying? Who does that? Such an honest guy. Very honest. Zoltik, did they clear that $1 million backlog? Not by the time I got fired. No, they did not. We were like cutting it down, like a few $100K or whatever. They implemented this insane, like, begging people for overtime until they could max out all the lines and all the time. And you were bringing products from, it was just a big fucking, anyways. No, they did not. My last day. Okay, there was drama. My manager started out, like when I started bringing up some shit, my manager started out, she felt the best way to address me was by bringing out these little like personality charts, personality like things. And I think they're common. You guys would probably know what I'm talking about. There's like 6 different types or something. Anyway, she like brought out this sheet and she asked me to like pick which 2 types I thought I was. There's like all these different personality types, and I'm like, I could be any of them at any given time, whatever the situation needs. I don't think that was a good thing to say. I think that probably makes me look like a sociopath. But it's true. I'm very versatile. Highly versatile. I adapt. I'm like a corporate chameleon. I adapt to the employee. I'll tell you the truth. I'm stoned and drunk a little bit. We're just having a good time chilling tonight. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're just chilling, drinking. We're drinking my favorite drink, my favorite alcoholic beverage, which is Disaronno Originale. So when I worked for that place, like I had military clearance. I had military clearance because we were working on it. So that was another thing, okay, that I didn't necessarily. One reason I didn't give a shit about that job, okay, and what kind of why I took a big risk. I took a very big risk, and I was lucky. I got treated the way I did, which is they fired me right away. I had no disciplinary action against me whatsoever in that company, and then they fired me on the spot one day, and because of the way I was acting. The drugs and alcohol is going to kill me. No. I forget where I was going with that. Fuck. What was I just saying? Shit. I should reiterate that. Fuck. I hate when that happens. What was I saying? That happens. Drunk. Anyway, she like brought out this sheet and she asked me to whatsoever in that company, and then they fired me on the spot one day, and because of the way I was acting. Discipline. Oh yeah. So one of the reasons why I didn't really give a shit about that company was because of the type of electronics that we were working on, and if Le Fabulous Lily is still watching, the specific type of electronics that I had issue with were the ones going into weapons. So I did have a low-level military clearance to work there, and we had contracts with General Dynamics, which I believe is a large weapons supplier to different people. So Canada got a contract for $15 billion to supply light armed vehicles to the Saudi Arabian empire or whatever. So, and we were part of that fucking deal. So yeah, I supervised a few military products being built. Yeah. So when you're asking what specific things, so like the electronics that go into a Saudi Arabian light armored vehicle that is used to oppress their people is a really good answer for some of the products that we built. Yeah, we did some stuff for the Canadian military as well. We did like an upgrade on their radio units, so the electronics. So that was one of the products that we were just getting to start on the original line that I was on. And we had this, one of the cool things about that product was that we had this crazy, it was called a shake and bake fucking machine. And it was technically an environmental stress or environmental test machine. So it would shake the fucking shit and heat them up, so for like desert level stuff, like more than that, just or bomb type shit, make sure that they could go through that kind of stuff. G15 classified. It's not actually classified. All of that is actually Google. You can Google any of that. Sigma Point, Cornwall, Ontario, Saudi Arabia. Go nuts. Yeah, they don't like keep they don't generally keep like military tenders private, I don't think. I was never told I wasn't allowed to talk about that. I couldn't tell you how the shit was built, even though I took all our formulas and shit before I left, obviously. But that wouldn't be nice. I mean, before I was fired. I will say I knew exactly what I was doing that day that I got fired, and it did not. I had a very positive result out of that. 20 grand, 26 grand was what I profited from getting fired off of that. actually. To be specific. Over 10 months. All right. What up, Mike Slobodian? Why was OG Geezer threatening me last week? I don't know. I don't really take what OG Geezer says seriously. So he could have multiple reasons. He's been bitching about my association with Gamble and DX. He said I was ugly. But thing is, I appreciate OG Geezer. I don't mind him talking about me at all, actually. Was it funny, at least, Mike Slobodian? When he was talking about me? Were you entertained? No. It's just like an application. So on my they had a couple extra questions on my like job application or whatever. They asked I think they asked if I was allowed in the US, and to explain that. They asked a bunch of questions. I don't remember. I said no on a bunch of them because they don't like, you know what I mean? Those ones don't. But the ones that I said yes to were me being banned from the US, and I told them exactly why. So I also applied for the military like 10 years ago. Something like that. It was after the breakup, so it was after 20, so maybe 9 years ago, 8 years ago. Before that job. So that job was like 2014. So yeah, 2013, 8 years ago, I think I applied for the military. I was like, I didn't care. That during my depression, before my awakening, yeah, I remember before my awakening, but during my depression, I applied for the military, and I got an interview, and I did all right. I did very well in the aptitude test. I got the highest in the group that we were in. But I severely failed the secret drug questionnaire, you motherfuckers. Me and my honesty. So it's on record with the Canadian military, Canadian Department of Defense, that I've done cocaine thousands of times. That's what I've answered. They had a questionnaire after the aptitude test, which I actually studied for that one. I looked online and I tried to just get a sense for the logic that they were asking for the aptitude test. I finished it quickly enough, like way quicker than most people. And then they come out with a fucking questionnaire with like every substance imaginable listed on it. I don't know if am I allowed to talk about this? Probably. I don't give a shit. Anyway, every substance imaginable. And 4 questions. When was the first time you did it? When was the last time you did it? How many times have you done it? And how often do you do it? Some of the, it seems like you could judge how often you do it by taking the amount of time between the first time you've done it and the last time you do it and dividing it by the amount of fucking times you've done it. But anyway, it took me 10 minutes longer. It took me 10 minutes longer than any of these other uniformed little fucking military cadet bitches in this fucking test room. It took me 10 minutes longer. I finished my aptitude test before most of them. And then it took me 10 minutes longer to finish my drug questionnaire over all of them. And they couldn't, they had to sit there while I did it. So the fucking guys keep me to like the last guy to bring in, maybe second last guy to bring in after. He tells me, he's like, you got the highest on the aptitude test, but what is up with this? He's like, we're up. And it said thousands of times doing cocaine, thousands of times doing weed, doing marijuana, including marijuana the day before the test. I wrote, because I smoked the day before. So I wrote that. And he said, we're operating weaponry and machinery, heavy machinery. I said, yes. I said, I was just going to, if I got in, I was going to stop. That's what I told him. And he said, well, you know what? We appreciate your honesty. It shows a lot of character about you. However, please come back and please stop doing them and come back in 90 days or whatever he said. Thank you, Candy Cane. So anyway, yeah, that was wild. I applied for like radio signals or something easy. I just kind of wanted to get trained and see where I was at. I don't know, whatever. That was a weird state of mind I was in. Who the fuck applies for military these days? No disrespect to the military. That was before I worked at that Sigma Point place that I needed the clearance. I kind of feel bad for my buddy who's like in the military that I use as a reference. Like they must have laughed. Those guys must have like shown my fucking drug questionnaire around the fucking water cooler after, you know what I mean? While they're talking about airstrikes in Syria or something. I don't know. We appreciate your honesty because it's part of our code of ethics, but please kindly leave. What? What does that mean? Well, I missed that. No, he was brandishing a pistol of some sort and challenging me to show my face in Vegas. Death threat equivalent, so no Frosty. It wasn't entertaining. It's just the more people will threaten me or anything or talk about me, it's really a sign of growth. It's really a sign of growth. I'm fairly certain I would annihilate OG Geezer in any type of troll battle that we engaged in. There's no need to go to Vegas. The military doesn't employ meth people, yeah. I probably wrote hundreds of times that I did meth. I probably tried to calculate it, tell you the truth. Geezer's pretty good at rap battles. Yeah, and I suck at rap battles. Like, I'm just saying. I could, like, I mean, like, I suppose my, like, my troll weaponry is limited. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not that good at all kinds of aspects of trolling, but like diss tracks are cool. Like music works as far as a troll tool. Like music and video, it works. If I do it real good, you know what I mean? Sucks for them. But Geezer, see, Geezer could come back at me too, and that's the worst part is he wouldn't. He wouldn't. The truth is, I already annihilated Geezer back like over a year ago. Just check out my OG Gaylord video. I already annihilated him, and his shtick hasn't really changed since then whatsoever. I haven't noticed much improvement at all in his game since I've been on the network, to tell you the truth. We're gonna brandish your guns on your next pizza review, or like. Well, they wouldn't employ me, Khalil. The Canadian government would not employ me. They did pay for my gas to get to the fucking interview, but they wouldn't pay me to train. Have I ever produced beats for people? Yeah, kinda. I've produced beats and then given them to people, but they haven't really used them. Like it's see, I prefer to make the beat with the person and make the song kind of with the person. So it's like if it's just making a generic beat, I don't know if I really could like want to do that. Yeah, I don't know. I have a buddy who's had some trouble getting some cash from the veterans or whatever. I don't know. We drank it. $600 sit in a hotel for 2 weeks. Crazy. Is there any person on IP2 that doesn't do drugs and alcohol? I'm not sure. Sit on an island for 2 weeks. I'm not sure. I don't drink alcohol very often. I can't really do drugs too much because it kind of like fucks with my shit. Kind of like cramps my style. It makes me less energetic. But it makes me more energetic for the time being, which is okay. I'm gonna fucking tired, man. I'm gonna have to sing some songs, guys. I think we're gonna have to sing some songs, stay awake. I'm just gonna have to fucking. I could dance. I'll just sing songs. Yeah. Let me get some weeds. We'll rock a show. I haven't been practicing though. Shit. It's gonna be whack. The song's gonna be whack, yo. Everybody went to bed. Yeah, it's 1:40 here too. It's okay. I picked the worst time as a drink, man. Cheers, though, guys. Cheers. $138. Cheers. All right. I gotta test myself right now. I gotta test the entertainer in me right now. Okay, guys. Whoa. Okay, wait. Okay. Let's pretend that I had one too many drinks before a set. Okay. One too many drinks. But I gotta maintain that professionalism. They hired me. Frosty, are you drunk? No. I don't drink. It's just amaretto, bro. It's just amaretto. Just amaretto. I gotta get some more weed though. We got a little Supermax prisons. I don't think so. We have like federal, and then we have non-federal, which would probably be provincial, and then we got like municipal jails. But for the Fed, there's like the Kingston Pen. I think that's our biggest federal. That's our worst jail. I think. I know a guy who did a little bit of time in there. He went on fucking. It came from smuggling. It came from smuggling cigarettes. He was a smuggling cigarette bust. But somehow it turned into a massive chase. If I recall correctly, it turned into a massive chase. I think he was doing speedballs in his arm while he was driving, while the cops were fucking chasing him. I don't know. It was a big mess. But he got 2 years or something. Kingston is horrible, yeah. I got some good friends, guys. He's not a friend anymore. Anglos in Quebec. Musicales. Probably a fucking biker heaven, bud. Okay, let me get some weeds. Let me get some weeds. I'll sing some songs. I have all kinds of really good friends. It's true, they're quite fantastic. They're quite good. Have I been pulled over by the cops while I was high driving? I don't know. I haven't driven in a long time. I haven't had my license since I was like 25, 26, something like that. Maybe 27. I don't even know. But One time I got stopped by the cops in a parking lot. So this wasn't like a legal stop. They were just knocking on my door. It was a rave. It was a rave in Cornwall, which is rare. There was not many raves, so like they'd automatically have a bad reputation. But I was there and I was delivering some substances to somebody, but I was staying in my vehicle and I fell asleep while parked in like a private parking lot, I think. Maybe it was a public one, I don't know. Anyway, some cops knocked on my door and I had like a bunch of shit on me, but they didn't fucking, wouldn't say I was really high. Hi. Well, I mean, yeah, when I got busted for weed through the ride program I was super high for that, but that wasn't really getting pulled over. I also had it wasn't a drinking and driving charge. It was a breach of my G2 conditions charge. One time I was so in Ontario there's 3 different driver's licenses you can have. You can have a learner's where you can't drive alone. You can have a G2 where you can drive alone, but you can have 0 alcohol. Or you can have your full license where you can have a little bit of alcohol. You can drive alone. So I had my G2, but I had below the legal limit, but above 0. I had like 0.04 or whatever. So I didn't get charged with DUI. I got charged with breach of my G2 conditions once. What up, Can Do Productions? What up, Julia Drums? What up, Mojo? What drugs am I on right now? Nothing. I've just been smoking some weed. I'm on Disaronno Originale. I drank that much. I drank that much of the ball. Weed? Yeah, I got some weed. I'm gonna go get some more weed. I'm gonna sing some songs, I think. I'm gonna just sing my songs. I'm kind of drunk, but whatever. I haven't sang my songs in a long time. Seems like forever. Tipsy and smoking, nice. Yeah, I'm definitely tipsy, bare minimum. Everybody in the club getting tipsy. Everybody in the club getting tipsy. Does OG Geezer do drugs or just alcohol? I don't know. Here's a question. Besides myself and Stop Speeding, is there anyone else on the network who actually admits to doing drugs? I mean, I don't mean weed. Does anybody else admit to it? Kyle, could you answer that for me? No name. What up, dude? I'm drinking. Dude, I'm fucking getting lit, bro. I'm fucking drinking the Disaronno Originale. I'm gonna have to go get some more in a second there. I'm gonna sing some songs, methinks. Ski masking. Yeah, but do they admit it? What I'm asking is, do they admit it? Do they admit it? Jojo Strums, what up? Everybody in the club getting tipsy. Yo, Sicilian Andy. Sicilian Andy admits to it. I heard him admit to it. Gons on the Zans, cool. Attila do a bump when I did not witness Attila do anything, nor did I consume anything that entire time. Nope. That doesn't mean nobody did anything. But I think if there was snortables there, they would have been shared. I think I didn't bring any. But I mean, that's an assumption. That's an assumption. Maybe he expected me to bring some. You know what I mean? Good night, LaFabulily. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah. The night's going pretty good. I was just giving my job history, you know. I mean, it took a while, and I just explained my side job history along at the same time. I do that every once in a while. There's new subscribers, so I like to run it back. You know what I mean? So people know what's up. I can see the genius behind the Frosty. Do I like acid? I do. Quite a bit. I just don't have any. I blew my local connection. He fucking fucked me. Okay, there was like this. I was gonna get all fucked up on stream one night, and he fucked me. So I said, and I even paid him for it. I paid him for it, and he didn't come through. And I was sick of his shit. So I said, fuck you. And I unfriended him. I haven't talked to him since. You'd have to ask him about that, Kyle. Yeah. So I'd have to go through an alternate route, which I could, but I won't. That's gonna be great. Oh my god. Triple large. That's the most fun. Yeah, it's fun. Mushrooms better than acid. The mushrooms I've been consuming lately, which have been largely of the blue meanie variety, I have not enjoyed so much. I don't know if it's the supplier that I'm getting them from, but I do not enjoy them so much as a standard cubensis. Make me puke a little too much. Well, thank you. I don't know about doing the acid with other people necessarily. Maybe. I don't know. I do have an acid stream. Feel free to check that out. See, okay, so like, honestly, I'll be straight up, guys. I enjoy doing psychedelics with you guys. Okay, let me just get up here. I really enjoy doing psychedelics with you guys. And by that, I mean streaming it and having chat here. It's quite the experience. Now, I haven't done, like, there is one acid stream that's like missing. I went too long on it or something. But it's fun. It's a whole different trip. I like it. Have I had a bad acid trip? No. I had one mushroom trip that some people would probably consider bad, but I don't really find I have bad trips anymore. Like, I don't think I really ever have. I've had some bad trips on mushrooms where like I was puking a lot and I felt really like awful, and not including the ones on stream. But other than that, no. I had one mushroom trip that I thought I died in. So like, yeah, that was kind of intense, bad while going through it. But acid, almost. That one acid trip that I did on stream, almost. After I got off stream, it was pretty intense, but it wasn't bad. John and Sedgwick. Drone. It's on my window. Sarah Drone outside my window. Have I ever seen Jesus on trip? No. I'm not particularly attached to Jesus or Christianity. I've heard voices on a trip. I've heard music on a trip. I've heard. No, I haven't. Miss the hot sauce sorting streams. That did hurt. Oh, this one hurt. If you panic, you gotta tell yourself you're just on a drug, etc. Yeah. I don't panic anymore, man. Here's the thing. Now, if I'm like, what's the worst that can happen, right? What's the worst that can happen? You could die. So now, if I feel that way, I'm like, all right, come get some. But it never comes. Hasn't come yet, I don't think. Unless we continue on in another dimension, and I have died in like other trips in other dimensions. If that's what's happened, maybe. I don't know. But let's do acid. I would love to do some acid. I don't know where or how I would get some acid. What up, Dr. Cushman? Welcome. We just chilling. We drinking a Disaronno tonight. Disaronno Originale. Drinking it. I'm just chilling. I'm gonna go get some more ice in my drink real soon. But I'll just finish this up. We drink it on the rocks. We drink it with a splash of Coca-Cola. New Mexican fentanyl is deadly. Yeah, it's a bottle of poison. Bottle of motherfucking poison. Cheers. I'm a hypocrite. Did acid mixed with Molly and speed. Thought I was going to die. Had a spiritual moment. I did shrooms with meth one time. I had a great time. That was probably one of my favorite shroom trips. I can't remember if I did the meth first or if I was already on meth and I did the shrooms. I can't remember. But I do remember just laying down on the couch and seeing the ceiling and the floral patterns, and not being tired whatsoever throughout the fucking trip and being able to focus on it. But I don't think that is actually recommended. I don't think it's recommended to do stimulants and psychedelics. It was like 2 grams of shrooms and a little bit of meth. That was during my snorting phases in my high school days. I had not indulged in the smoke in that stage of my life yet. No, it wouldn't. Okay, so hickory dickory dock. So like, it wouldn't be one fucked up trip because you see me on these shrooms, right? You see me fall asleep, right? You see me fall asleep and like puke everywhere, right? So imagine I didn't do that. Imagine I was just awake. I don't know. I'm okay. Like as I get older, I'm okay. I'm still okay with doing drugs, obviously. I'm not so much okay with like drug combinations. That's where I fucking ease off a bit now. You know what I'm saying? That's where I like extend caution. So when it comes to fucking drug combinations, as for instance, a while back, and Landon was at this party, but I was offered 5-MeO DMT, and prior to being offered that, which is just a random thing that night from a psychonaut buddy of mine, but I was on some shitty Molly, but also some speed, and I just opted not to expose myself to the 5-MeO just out of safety. I have this weird feeling that I'll never come back from the fucking trip. You know what I'm saying? So it is better. Don't take any advice from me on what's better or not. I mean, that was just something that I did. And at that time it was good. But like since then, I don't know if doing speed and fucking shrooms are good. I don't know. There's different kinds of shrooms too, you know, like maybe it's just a lucky fucking. Tool to take advice. I don't know. Psychedelics are awesome though. Like fuck. They're kind of magical. They're magical, you know. I don't know. I try to treat them as like a meditation experience, you know, because I try to get something more. That's one thing with streaming is it's difficult to get that. It's difficult to get a meaningful experience while doing psychedelics on stream, but it's easy to have fun. It's easy to be like in the moment. You know what I mean? Like whatever the moment is, it's easy like because it's still there's like in the real moment. You know what I mean? But it's difficult to let go. Peyote butter on toast. Okay, so let me go get some more ice in my drink. Excuse me one moment. Microdots. I never really did those. I think I did one once. I think somebody just sold it to me as a THC pill, but it was really microdot. Maybe not. I don't know. I never really did them though. I only did blotter. Ew. I feel hot right now. Pretty much. That was from the first plant that we pulled. It's not that great. And it was growing in my backyard. Good guess. So am I gonna act like a professional streamer tonight? Wait, I didn't even pour my drink. Hold on. Was that the explanation? Was that the scientific explanation as to why I'm feeling warm? Miss Donos? Don't bother chat. I don't see any donuts. What? Oh. Let's pour some more alcohol. Let's pour some more fucking. Can't drink a 1226 or this shit. No, there's been no Skype date. I'm gonna check soon though. That's where we're at. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check real soon. Okay. It's on the docket. Okay, disclose. It's on the docket to be checked. This very soon. Okay. My goal, my dream is maybe have it around Christmas. You know, that'd be nice. Press her now on stream. No. I would like for it to happen this in December at some point. I would be ecstatic for it to happen. I don't know exactly how I'm going to treat it. I don't know exactly yet how I'm going to treat it, but I don't think I'm getting scammed. Okay, I don't think I'm getting scammed. Okay, I don't think I'm getting scammed. I will be mighty personally distraught in a way if I get scammed. I wouldn't get. Who would scam Frosty? Who would scam Frosty? Drunk? I'm not drunk. What are you talking about? I'm getting drunk. Cheers, chat. Cheers, Julia. Cheers, Hickory Dickory Dock. Cheers, Mike Slobodian. Cheers, Disclose. Cheers, No Name. That's all I see on my screen. Cheers, VLXD. Frosty always seems, for better or worse, like a guy you want to have around no matter what's going down. I am a fairly easygoing person. I will agree with you there. Now, when it comes to whatever, no matter what's going down, I don't know about that. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like if you were going to do a drive-by, you wouldn't probably want me around. I don't know about a fight. I've never been in a fight. So I don't know exactly how those operate. People just usually run away from me when I get angry. So I've never had the opportunity to experience what people refer to as a fight or fisticuffs. I've never really experienced that pleasure of this earth. I don't commit crimes, VLXT, of that nature. I don't trouble myself with those types of shenanigans. My drive-by days are over, are gone. Okay? I'll crash. I'll crash your vehicle. Okay? Don't drag me into your gangster shit. I ate VLXT. I'm just saying, not all situations are cut out for Frosty. Bank robbery. Don't bring me into anything illegal. Okay? I'm straight edge. I don't commit crimes. Tuh, you criminals. I spit on you. Nasty criminals. Why don't you just obey the law for once? I'm a snitch. I'm a snitch. Bring me on your criminal escapades. I'm taking all your names. I'm going straight to the RCMP after. I have a white rap career and a daughter to think about. Okay, guys, you can't involve me in your fucking worldwide hacker plans. Okay. Mad Max. How old are you? Hickory Dickory Dock? Are you talking Thunderdome? You're still grooving to Tina Turner, aren't you? I know you are, Hickory Dickory Dock. The new Mad Max was Charlize Theron. There's no reason to take my eyes off of her during that movie. New as in like 4 years ago? Are you still calling movies from 4 years ago new? Or did I miss something? Highest grossing movie of the decade? It was actually really good. I actually enjoyed it. I don't recall that guy on the guitar though. I said the OG Mad Max because you said you were old. And I don't recall any scenes of that sort. It is new. Watch the first Terminator on shrooms. I may have. That may be one of the movies I've seen on shrooms. I don't know. War Machine. Sweet isn't working too well. Best part of the whole dang movie? Oh. Charlize Theron. She's the best part of that movie. I watched a bunch of movies over the last few days. I've seen a whole shitload of movies. You want to see what movies I've been watching? Shit. I watch all the movies. Watch all movies. Here's what I watch, fool. Here's what I watch. Look at all these check marks. Venom. I fell asleep during Venom. Dune. Very good movie. No Time to Die. New Bond. Excellent. The Last Duel. I did not watch that. I'm not really so much into old type movies. Like if I want to watch Game of Thrones or some like King Arthur shit, I'll just fucking I don't even watch it. Dude, I fell asleep during Shang-Chi as well. I didn't catch all that. Red Notice. I watched that yesterday or the day before. Torrents are free. This is not free. This is Real Debrid. I use Real Debrid, which uses torrents. I paid $26 for 6 months, and I get like unlimited and fast. So what it does here is it gets the torrents right now, and then it streams them, and I can download them. I can go to the website and just download them if I want to, or I could stream them to my other Chromecast devices in the household if I choose. So like all this shit, 4K. You want 4K, motherfuckers? No, I don't want 4K. So I just go down to the fucking. There's a lot of 4K on it, but I go down to 1080p. I mean, it's a 35 gig version of fucking from torrent downloads. Like here's Tordial, Magnetial, fucking Elite X, blah 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 blah. Yeah, real-debrid.com. They all work instantly. So Red Notice, that was pretty good. That was with Ryan Reynolds on The Rock. It was good. It was good. And you know what? It was good. It was okay. I'll give it okay. It was okay. Finch, Tom Hanks in his robot, this apocalyptic world with his robot. I didn't really give a shit about it whatsoever. But it was well made. Eternals, that was a cam that I watched, so I